one just for the street vending thing?
Oh, that's what it is.
7. Yeah. Might have to do negotiations with loans or something. Figure out what to. I appreciate you when people just be ridiculous, especially on Zoom, and the minutes come up. I really like. I actually. It's so much easier. I'm like, oh, that was awesome. You need like a cake. You're like my one with okay. The power to. I think you guys know school. Like it's you know, I mean, it depends. Not like the last minute of the day up, right? I think that they would, we can't change it the day up. Like, okay, ongoing until we make it one. Is that possible? What is it? 5? Is it back to 5? Okay, so if it's a topic that actually is worth discussing, we can change it. Yeah. Gotcha.
And so then also the chamber
So that gives the possibility. So if there's fire, I'm going to come in and talk about Palestine or something, right? That they can, okay, we're going to have to put this to 3. What is the common one? Whatever the city's doing. I thought it was 3. We had that guy. Oh, he was there. And just ran.
And she would go on for each first, second, third, and so last week, and then again.
Yes. City Hall, but they tell me that department 7, 8 or something. Yeah, maybe closer to 8. You want me to do that? I can do that. I got time. Yeah, I'll go there. Okay. We'll see you guys soon.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that my daughter and her cousin are next with her parents and they picked up at the school, so I want to go.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
See you later.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Brentwood City Council Successor Agency meeting of February 27th, 2024. We are reconvening at 7 p.m. from closed session. There is nothing to report out from closed session. And at this time, we do have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Mr. Mayor, just before we do, did your report out for closed session cover both tonight, February 27th closed session, and the closed session from February 22nd?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much. Okay, roll call.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza. Here. Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments. The public comment period timeframe for tonight's items will be 5 minutes each. And I will turn it to you, Margaret.
If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. At this time, the public present in the chambers are permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports are on the consent calendar. Requests for future agenda items, new request. Comments for the meeting's future agenda items or business items should be made when that item is called. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. I have one speaker card for general public comment. Call on Danny Dorman.
Hello. Let me start with you, Mr. Mayor. I am disappointed in your decision not to support the right to be heard. Considering the many times when the subject of free speech is brought up and you talk about your history, and I believe everything you say about what you believe in our right to be heard, but not demonstrated by not allowing Zoom comments. That's a wee bit disappointing. To kowtow to a blogger pretending to be a journalist, a blogger who has openly waged war on at least one of the council members here, if not two, instead of the vast majority of people who have been speaking more and more. As a matter of fact, the last commenters, these were people who originally I had arguments with. They literally were saying to me, we don't need open comments. And they came up in support of it because they realized that the stay-at-home mom, the invalid, the person stuck in traffic, or in the case of our last session, a lot of people were sick, wanted to talk, but they couldn't. So I'll just continue on every open comment to come up and beg you, Mr. Mayor, because it's a 3-2. I beg you to follow your heart and not some blogger with his own agenda. The only other thing, and this has to do with last week and our traffic engineer. If you have not seen it, I know you had the State of the City that night, so you weren't, you didn't see it. I don't know if you saw the tape or not, but it had to do with the school extension and setting up the road. This guy was so, I even tried to replay it so I could have my words appropriately express my disdain for his attitude. Cavalier, doesn't even begin. Pompous, gets close, condescending. Oh yes, he had shown open disdain for the neighbors who were there. He straight out misspoke with respect to not hearing any comments from the neighbors regarding the possible traffic issues. He scoffed at ideas that were brought to him by the Planning Commission. He scoffed. I urge you, if you have not seen it, please, please, please. I know you have no direct ability to chastise him, but the city manager certainly does. And it's troubling, to say the very least. Yeah, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Curry. I am a resident. I'm also a local business owner. And I wanted to address the upcoming vendor changes you guys are talking about. I've been a business owner since 2018. And since that time, I have yet to become active in any of the local events. I feel that it can be disparaging for me to apply and to get picked over. I think a lot of the events are handpicked, and to place something else upon local business owners who are trying and struggling just like everyone else to make a living by hustling their business legally and getting pushed out of vending events, even if it's on private property. Or for instance, I have a trailer, a beautiful trailer, and I can't bring it on public street, but I can bring it on private property. If you take that away from me, I have nothing. There's other business owners in here. If you take their vending opportunities away, they have nothing. We are all struggling in today's economy. I think you guys need to think this through. There's a lot of businesses in Brentwood that are doing really well, but there's a lot of businesses that are outside of downtown Brentwood that can bring opportunity as well. If you push everybody out, your downtown is gonna fail. A lot of people used to come to see my trailer on private property. And when that business was gone, I had people asking me where I am. Don't push us out. We're business owners. I'm a city resident. Don't push me out. Don't push us out. That's it.
The next speaker is Olga.
That was fast, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I just want to talk about the Sweetheart Run that we had at Veterans Park last February 10th. And I really wanted to compliment city staff, Parks and Rec. Amanda Cheney was very easy to work with. It was a wonderful event. We had over 300 participants from, I would say, from Lafayette, Danville, Livermore. It was a great event. It was great exposure for the city, and I think it was just a good demonstration of what a great community we are. A special hats off to our Assistant City Manager who supported our event, and also especially to our City Manager who showed up, was there early. We get there at 6 o'clock to set up in the morning. And our city manager was there representing the city, and so we're forever, Rotary Club of Brentwood is forever grateful to him for doing that. He also delivered a wonderful champagne toast speech. It was by far the best ever. And he also was able to speak to all the 300 plus attendees there and just speak to what a great city that Brentwood is, what a great community we are, and these are the type of events that we want to hold going forward to celebrate Brentwood and all its greatness. So, Mayor, you all mark your calendars for next year, February 8th. 2025, you're all invited. And Mayor, hopefully we can have you there speaking as well to the community at large. So it was a great event. I think we put our best foot forward to the Bay Area, other cities in East Contra Costa County. So that's it. Just hats off to Parks and Rec. Thank you very much.
I have no additional speaker cards for the general public comment period.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close the general public comment period, and we will move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaison, and staff. And this time, I'll start with Council Member Orlemans, my left.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Since the last council meeting, attended the Brentwood Police Activities League final crab feed meeting, getting ready for their final crab feed. I attended the State of the City address. I watched the Planning Commission meeting. The quarterly closed session meeting with City Council, and then the PAL crab feed. And I got to pause for just a minute. Amazing event. PAL did a phenomenal job of putting on and sponsoring or getting the event. I think they ended up selling out, and they raised a lot of money for the Unified Prom. I attended the farmers market, watched the lead meeting, and attended the special city council meeting this evening. And that, I think, does it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Attended the very first Age-Friendly Communities Ad Hoc Committee meeting. Watched a presentation, attended a meeting with a presentation by Loki Mulholland, who is the son of the original freedom writer, Joan Trumpauer Mulholland. He's an award-winning author and documentarist of capturing the efforts of the civil rights movement. Attended the State of the City, watched the Planning Commission meeting and the LUD meeting with a tear in my eye because I missed being there. It's a good group. Attended 2 fundraisers for nonprofits that serve older adults and adults with disabilities in Brentwood. One of them was for Choice in Aging. The other was for an Elderly Wish Foundation. Attended the Heritage Chinese Culture Club Lunar New Year celebration. Another fantastic job by those students. And 2 California Alliance of Local Electeds meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes, since the last time we met, attended the Latino Caucus Communications Subcommittee Board meeting, the Lunar New Year celebration in downtown Brentwood, hosted by the Heritage High School Chinese Culture Club, attended the League of California Cities Latino Caucus Board meeting, the Land Use and Economic Development meeting, Cali meeting around state housings. We have received a presentation from former Mayor of Palo Alto, Eric Filseth. Watched the Planning Commission meeting, attended the State of the City, also watched the presentation from Loki Mulholland, and attended the Lions Crab Feed.
Councilmember Pearson.
Good afternoon. Take notes on this because I did quite a bit. So since our last council meeting, I met with city staff in preparation for the Juneteenth event. We had 2 separate meetings. I attended the Age-Friendly Communities Committee meeting with our Vice Mayor. I met with Amy Tilley in discussing the DBC's support of Juneteenth and how they could help out. Attended the special meeting at City Hall that was last time and tonight. Attended the mayor's State of the City address. Watched the last planning commission that happened there immediately thereafter. Attended the Chamber of Commerce Gala, and I attended the LUD meeting, and hopefully I'm doing you justice at the LUD meeting.
Since the last time we met, I attended the Habitat Conservancy Board meeting, the Police Activities League crab feed, and I do just want to thank the Police Activities League for all the amazing work that they're doing. If you're not familiar with what they do, they work with our young people in our community that are underserved, underprivileged, that sometimes just have both parents or their family situation where they're alone a lot. So the Police Activities League get volunteers together, professionals in our community, to work with them, to spend time with them and show them areas that they could excel in. They may not have considered. A lot of it is sports centric, but also they spend time with our police officers and learn that, you know, as a community, our police officers are not the bad guys. They're there to help everyone and serve everyone. And so they just do an outstanding job with that. I also attended the quarterly closed session. I attended the swearing in of our newest police officer and had a meeting with him as well. I attended the Green Empowerment Zone. This is a new effort from the state to bring high-paying jobs to Brentwood and into the East Bay. We are one of the cities that the effort here is to make sure that for many, many years, a lot of the production of different things and technologies have left the shores of the United States. And so our president and the federal agencies are wanting to work together to bring those high-paying jobs back into the state of California. And Brentwood is in the new Green Empowerment Zone to focus on that. And so I'm meeting regularly with different businesses, companies, and representatives to show them what Brentwood has to offer. That was the second meeting of that I attended. Also, I attended the Airport Land Use Committee meeting, and that's all I have to report currently at this time. We will move into the consent calendar.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I break in?
Yes.
At our last meeting, I asked if our city manager would give us an update today on Community Day of Service.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. It's exactly 2 months from today, April 27th at 8 a.m. at Veterans Park. We'll be hosting our inaugural event for the Community Day of Service. It's a collaborative effort between the nonprofits in the community and the city of Brentwood. A day of service for all ages, all abilities, dozens of different projects that the community can engage in, and we hope the community participates. You can go to the city's homepage, and under the city manager page of links, there's a Community Day of Service, and you can register for updates as a volunteer, and we'd love to see you there. It'd be a great day to celebrate together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go to the consent calendar. I do know that the request for items F2 and F3, two proclamations, have been requested to be pulled. I would also like to pull F7 and F8.
And I would like to make a statement about F4.
Yes.
And I would like to pull F1.
Okay. Do I have a motion regarding the remainder of the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar absent the pulled items of F1, F2, F3, F7, F8, with the statement on F4. I hope I did that right.
And just before we have a second, perhaps the vice mayor could make her statement so that we're doing things in the proper order. Thank you.
Thank you. Through my work, I have come to know individuals who work with Meals on Wheels Diablo Region nonprofit, and they're being considered for consent item number 4, F4. My relationship with anyone involved with Meals on Wheels Diablo Region does not affect my ability to be a fair and impartial decision maker or to act with anything but the public's best interest in mind. And I just wanted to make sure I said that before we voted. Thank you. And with that, I can second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So we will move into item F1.
Mayor, if I might,
Oh,
I needed
yes.
to read the title of the ordinance
Thank
for
you.
F10. Ordinance 1067, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood removing oil and gas development uses as conditionally permitted uses in planned development districts 17 and 55, requiring oil and gas development uses to be expressly listed as permitted or conditionally permitted uses in a district to be permitted or eligible for conditional use permits, amending oil and gas production regulations, and finding the action exempt from CEQA.
Well done. Thank you.
Okay, we're done with the oil and gas, right? Okay. The sub-item G2, it says Brentwood Municipal Code amendments to repeal and replace local design, the density bonus law. What was it, that one, the density bonus law? No, it was the housing element, I'm sorry. It says repeal. We decided not to repeal. We decided to just accept. So can the minutes reflect that we're not repealing, I think is what we saw.
So I will look to the city clerk for confirmation of this, but my understanding is that the minutes, if you look at them, indicate what was actually agendized that night, so we need to reflect that. And then if you look at what was actually adopted, it shows that the repeal language has been taken out. So Margaret, I defer to you if I'm incorrect in that.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it didn't matter that it was in the title there. That's okay?
So the title should accurately reflect what was on your agenda. That
Okay.
title was on your agenda, but then the actual motion is reflected in your vote, and that's what you actually voted on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. So then I move to accept item, what was it, G2? Or no, F1, sorry.
Okay, we have a first
Second.
and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, moving into item F2, and Councilmember Pearson.
Well, tonight, ooh, it's a hot mic. Well, tonight we have the privilege of two proclamations that the city is going to deliver. One of the proclamations is in honor of Women History Month. And as soon as I saw this, I couldn't think of a different group to bring down. I had the privilege before I was on city council to go to a Chamber of Commerce gala. And at that gala, I was put at a table with the most phenomenal women here in the city of Brentwood. It was the women of the Seroptimists. And I would like to invite them to come down up to the stage if they can join me, please. Hello. Nice to meet you. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, I saw you last night. Hello, hello. I'm a big hugger, as you can see. I hug everybody. Yeah, very much. Thank you for coming. So in honor of this proclamation, we like to invite Seroptimists to receive this proclamation. I'd like to first take this opportunity to tell more about what you all do. So Seroptimists International of the Delta is dedicated to improving the lives of women and girls through programs that promote social and economic empowerment. They offer a wide range of programs and initiatives that uplift and support women and girls to strive to create a world where every woman and every girl has the opportunity to reach her full potential. They've been doing this for over 40 years. So that being said, the proclamation that we'd like to bestow upon you today says, whereas Women's History Month honors and celebrates struggles and extraordinary contributions of American women throughout the history of the United States, and whereas throughout history, women have been architects of change, catalysts for progress, and pioneers in diverse fields, and whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historical contributions to the growth and strength of Brentwood in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, and whereas women of Brentwood have had and continue to have critical roles economically, culturally, and socially in every sphere of life, by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home, and Whereas women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our city. And whereas women of Brentwood have been leaders in public affairs, not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but in social movements throughout history, striving for a more fair and just society for all. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize March 2024 as Women History Month and encourages the citizens of Brentwood to honor and celebrate women for their countless contributions to our community. Can we give them all a round of applause for this tonight? Thank you.
That's our president.
There you go.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Would you like to say something?
Put you on the spot.
Seroptimus International of the Delta is celebrating our 40th year here in Brentwood, but we are actually part of a larger umbrella of women throughout the founder region in the San Francisco Bay Area, and we're celebrating our 102nd year here in the Bay Area. So we started right here, and thank you so much for this. What an honor.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Did you say yes? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you all so much. One more round of applause, and we'd like to get a picture of you holding the Successor.
I think you just pose right here and we can all go that way.
Okay, item F2 is a proclamation proclaiming, I'm sorry, that was F2. Item F3 is a proclamation proclaiming March as Red Cross Awareness Month. And so someone who is somewhat familiar with this room is here representing the Red Cross, Mr. Mickey Subota, and I'm going to come and present the proclamation. And while I'm doing that, you are welcome to begin speaking, Mickey.
Are we on? You want me to speak now? Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and the general public. My name is Mickey Subota. I am very honored and very thankful to be here representing the Red Cross. I am a member of the Red Cross Leadership Council of Contra Costa County. And as I'm sure you guys have heard of the Red Cross, it's among the leading or the largest organizations in the world that helps alleviate human suffering. In fact, that's the mission statement of Red Cross, is to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of various types of disasters by really utilizing our vast resource of volunteers and generous donors. The Red Cross is a very large organization. Over 90% of its workforce are made up of volunteers, including myself. I did have some interesting information that, here or worldwide, last year, I think Red Cross directly impacted between 100 and 150 million people worldwide. In the States, every 8 minutes, the Red Cross responds to some type of emergency or disaster. And most of those are usually small items like home fires, which may not make the news, but it's very impactful to the residents that are in that fire. We do provide almost half of the nation's blood supply at the Red Cross. We provide a variety of educational opportunities. We teach CPR, first aid. We actually teach classes on water safety and swimming. Interesting fact is that drowning is the leading cause of death of kids between the ages of 1 and 4, so it's very important to us. I do have some interesting statistics here about Brentwood in particular. I was here, I believe, 2 years ago wearing multiple hats. I still wear multiple hats. But here in Brentwood, your community, your residents donated 775 units of blood through 28 blood drives. I do want to thank City Council for your continued leadership and support of welcoming Red Cross on local blood drives, as well as your staff. Compared to the rest of Contra Costa County, Brentwood came in number 1. Of course. So well done, Brentwood. There is a little asterisk. Pleasant Hill does have a donation center, but I'm excluding that. I'm just looking at total mobile blood drive donations. So well done, Brentwood. Compared to all of Northern California, Brentwood came in 12th. So pretty darn good. So here in the county, Brentwood came in first, followed by San Ramon, Antioch, Walnut Creek, Danville, and Concord, and then the rest of the cities here in the county. So how can you continue to support and help Red Cross? And this is for the public as well. You can certainly donate money. You can certainly donate your time, or you can donate blood. And we welcome all three. Finally, I do want to mention that I've been known to have unique interests here in Brentwood, whether they're, let's see if I get them right, red sand, historic pavement condition index trends here in Brentwood, biochar, oxidative states of chromium, garbage juice. But despite, what's that? Bingo? Okay. But in reflecting over my career and my work history, despite all those interesting projects that I worked at, above and beyond, like the most important thing that I cherish are my relationships. And the Red Cross welcomes and cherishes its relationship with the city of Brentwood. It looks forward to another successful year of blood drives. And even though I'm not here in Brentwood, I am still here in Brentwood. So thank you.
Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, and when we recognize the compassion of people in Brentwood and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis, and whereas this generous spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advances the humanitarian legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, one of the most honored women in our country's history, who nobly dedicated herself to alleviating suffering, and to whereas people have counted on the American Red Cross for the information and skills that they need to be safe at home, at work, at school, and at play, training people in life-saving skills in CPR, first aid, fire prevention, and water safety. Whereas with 1,032 volunteers in Contra Costa County, the American Red Cross assisted or responded to 115 disasters, and through our Sound the Alarm program, the American Red Cross installed 583 smoke alarms, making 205 homes safer, and trained 577 individuals and families about fire prevention, and trained 617 youth through the Pillowcase Project and Prepare with Pedro. And whereas Contra Costa County residents donated nearly 16,736 units of life-saving blood, hosted 538 blood drives, and trained 6,522 citizens in first aid, CPR, and AED, and 3,803 in water safety, and 756 military members and their families received support and services, and humanitarian aid was provided internationally. And whereas we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who lead with their hearts to serve people in need, and we ask everyone to join in this commitment to strengthen our community. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize March 24, 2024 as Red Cross Month, and encourage all residents to reach out and support its humanitarian mission, dated this 27th day of February, 2024. Thank you so much.
good side? Everything. Thank you, Mayor.
With that, I move approval of item F3.
So
Do I have-
moved.
Second?
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
We'll move into items F7. Council Member Mendoza and I had the privilege to meet with and consider the Parks and Recreation Commission for a three-year term expiring in December 31, 2026, and also a two-year term expiring in December 31, 2025. And in the interview process where in past years, sometimes it's been a struggle to get interest or participation from the community. That was not the case this year. We had so many outstanding applicants that it made the decision very difficult. But we recommend for this commission Blythe Lind and John Tomei to the Parks and Recreation Commission. And if it's okay, I'll take 7 and 8 together for expediency. Yes. Michelle Gallardo is a 2-year term, expiring December 31, 2025. And also, in meeting with Nina Koch and Bryan Stewart and a long list of other applicants for the Arts Commission, we recommend Nina Koch and Bryan Stewart to the Arts Commission for 3-year terms, expiring December 31, 2026. I just want them to know, and everyone that applied, how much we appreciate the time and effort that goes into making our community more beautiful. And are any of those applicants here tonight? Yes. Yes, Mr. Tomei, thank you so much for coming. We greatly appreciate that. And with that, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, motion to adopt items F7 and F8.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tomei, for your service to our community.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just before you move on, we still are missing a vote on item F2.
Do I have a motion on item F2?
I'll make a motion to move and approve item F2.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you. This time we will move into public hearings, into item G1. And I will ask, previous and immediately previous to this, to our meeting, we received some information regarding this application that upon reviewing, our legal counsel is recommending that we continue this item to help them have an opportunity to do more investigation into the concerns. Is that accurate? Or you're welcome to.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. This afternoon at 3:08 p.m. and then later at 4:14 p.m., the City Council received letters from two parties raising issues as to the Lone Tree Way residential project. City staff would like to have the opportunity to look into these more closely before the City Council hears this item. If you are inclined to consider a continuance of this item tonight, it would be appropriate for the council to hear public comment on the topic of the continuance only and save substantive public comment for the night when this is actually heard. Thank you.
Thank you. So my question then is council amenable to continuing this item Okay, with that, at this time, we will open public comments on the continuance of this item only. Margaret?
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on the continuance of this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the clerk. We'll take public comments from those in the chambers first, then those participating via Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And I had one speaker card submitted earlier from Kristen Kim, and I just wanted to see if you wanted to speak on the continuance of the item. And I have an additional speaker card from Danny Dorman.
Thank you. The reason I rushed up is, at least for Danny Dorman, I have no idea why it's being continued, other than it's being continued. So if it was a comment about the design, the comment about possible encroachment, some discovered artifact, without knowing the reason for the continuance, it makes it kind of difficult to have an opinion. And if we're not talking about the actual item tonight, that's going on later, for Danny Dorman, I'm just confused without knowing more about what the continuance is about. Thank you.
We were given the right to respond to certain things, so without, if the city attorney can just let people know that sometimes when we don't respond, it's because we are assessing things and we haven't fully fleshed it out legally. Is that, because I can see from a perspective of the city not knowing why we're continuing it, we can't tell why.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Yes, that is correct. Staff would like the opportunity to review these letters in more detail. If the council wishes, we can certainly disclose the nature of the letters. They're public records, and there's nothing secret about that.
And Katie, can you clarify that those letters are now included in public comments?
Yes, I believe they are attached to the public comments received after 3 o'clock this afternoon, and they'll be part of the record available on the city's website.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time,
I have one additional speaker card in person. Jackie Sino.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jackie Sino here on behalf of CCON, and I just want to request that this be continued as you've recommended to a date certain. If you could please do that. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards and no hands raised in Zoom.
okay, at this time, we'll close public comments. Move into council discussion. Before I call for a motion, I'm going to ask council, what is the request for a date certain? Is that something that you would be amenable to? Is that a reasonable request, or is that too early to tell right now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, we cannot recommend continuing to a date certain at this point, and for the public's information, that simply means moving this item to a particular upcoming council agenda date. Because of the concerns raised, staff doesn't know and doesn't have any way of knowing when documentation may be provided, when we may have enough information to bring it back to the council and the public for the council's full consideration. So we usually try to continue things to a date certain, but for this particular item, we're not in a position to be able to recommend that tonight.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion, or do I have a motion for continuance of this item?
I'll make a motion to continue item G1.
Okay, we have a first
I'll second.
and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, item moves. Thank you. Moving into item G2. This next item is related to density bonus regulations. And Jennifer Hagan, our senior planner, will present. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. If you could please share my screen. Tonight, we're here to consider a municipal code amendment to repeal and replace the local density bonus regulations and reference state density bonus law, as well as to modify the definition of low-income housing in our affordable housing ordinance. As background, the state density bonus law was adopted in 1976 to help address California's affordable housing needs. The state law was originally adopted in large part to require local agencies to allow increased density, reduced or modified standards, and development incentives based on a number and type of affordable housing units proposed. Over time, the law has expanded to, among other things, include housing for households at a wider range of income levels and with specialized needs. The city's local density bonus ordinance was then adopted in 1989 and amended in 2015 as part of the last housing element update. Since 2015, there's been numerous updates to the state density bonus law that has resulted in the city's current ordinance being out of compliance. As a result, staff is proposing the changes that are being presented to you tonight. In addition to the state density bonus law, we're also proposing to modify the city's affordable housing ordinance. The ordinance was originally adopted in 2003 as a mechanism to require affordable housing within all new residential projects. Since 2003, there's been numerous updates to the ordinance, most recently in 2022, to increase the percentage and distribution of affordable units for projects requiring a total of 13% of the project over 5 units as affordable at various income levels. Based on the City Council direction in 2022, staff is proposing to provide clarity on the current definition of low-income households. For your consideration tonight, staff is proposing to repeal and replace the existing density bonus regulations. The new regulations will adopt the state law by reference and identify when the regulations would apply. The draft ordinance also contains requirements outlining the application requirements and specifies the approval process for projects. In future years, as the legislation continues to amend or refine the law, the proposed ordinance will ensure that the city's code will remain consistent with the law and that no additional updates to our ordinance would be necessary. Staff is also recommending modifying the existing municipal code definition of low-income household, as shown here below. As currently written, the definition sets an upper limit on household income, which is 80% of the median income. The current definition, however, does not set a lower income limit. This unintentionally allows for units designated for very low income households, which make less than 50% of the median income, to also qualify for low income household calculations under the ordinance. This change would help to reinforce the intent of the ordinance, which is to require the construction of housing at affordable income levels at specified ranges, thereby increasing the variety and housing available within the city. In conclusion, the proposed ordinance amendments, if adopted, will provide greater clarity while processing applications and communicating relevant regulations to applicants, the public, and appointed and elected officials, which in turn will help to provide additional housing at various income levels and improve the livability and housing options throughout the city. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance approving the amendments to the Brentwood Municipal Code, repealing and replacing Chapter 17.720, the Density Bonus Ordinance, as well as modifying Section 17.725.002 of our definitions to modify the definition for low-income households. And with that, that concludes staff's report, and we're available for any questions.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff this time? Councilman
And
Mendoza?
this might not be the right time to do that, but you know the chart that says the 3, 4, and 6% for the different buckets? Can we adjust those? Because what I'm finding is that the moderate income is still very high income. Is that something we can do today, or is that something that we would need a new agenda item for?
As agendized, we're currently only modifying Section 17.725002, which is the definition section of that. So we did not, we didn't notice it correctly to amend other sections of that code.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions? If not, at this time, we will open public comment. I'm sorry, this time I will open the public hearing, and now we will open public comments. Margaret?
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments in the chambers, followed by those participating via Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And I have no speaker cards for this item, and I see no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, and I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, it moves. Council discussion. Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance amending the Brentwood Municipal Code, Chapter 17.720 and Section 17.725.002.
Thank you. We have a first,
I'll second.
second. Margaret?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a zoning text amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code, RZ 23-005, which would repeal and replace Chapter 17.720, Density Bonus Program, to implement the state density bonus law and amend Section 17.725.002, definitions of the Affordable Housing Ordinance.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It passes unanimously. Moving into business items, item H1. And this item is related to mobile vending. And Robbie Portillo-Beneman will present, our code enforcement supervisor. Hi, Robbie. It's been a little while since you've got to be here.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Tonight's item is, as you stated, for mobile vending and sidewalk vending. Staff are proposing 2 new ordinances regulating both sidewalk vending and mobile vending to comply with new state laws and to adopt new standards to protect public health and safety. The proposed ordinances allow these types of businesses to operate but create new standards that are more clearly understood and are enforceable. We have multiple objectives tonight, starting with amending the definition of peddler. Pardon me, that was my watch. Amending the definition of peddler in Chapter 5.48, which is, in other words, a door-to-door solicitor. To add Chapter 5.64 to the Municipal Code to establish regulations for sidewalk vending in compliance with 2 Senate bills, 946 and 972. To repeal and replace in its entirety Chapter 5.68 of the Municipal Code regarding mobile vending. And to clarify the differences between both mobile vending and sidewalk vending, to discuss legislation that pertains specifically to sidewalk vending, and highlight requirements for both mobile vendors and sidewalk vendors, and then lastly, to discuss the plan for outreach, enforcement, and the effective date of both of the ordinances. We'll start with mobile vending. I've listed the definition there at the top of the screen. Mobile vending is the selling, advertising, promoting, offering, or soliciting to sell, convey, barter, or trade of food, products, goods, and merchandise from either a mobile food facility or a mobile vending facility. I have 3 images on the screen. Most individuals are familiar with food trucks, which is the image in the upper right-hand corner, but also a mobile food facility could be a towable trailer. That is the image on the lower left-hand corner with the label of a coffee shop. The image at the lower right-hand corner is an example of a mobile vending facility. So it can also be a motorized vehicle that vends other items. In this particular image, it's apparel and jewelry, for example. The mobile vending facility means both a mobile food facility and any vehicle used in conjunction with mobile vending. So in other words, vending from any motorized vehicles. While mobile vending is most commonly conducted from public property, it can also be conducted from private property, which I'll touch upon a little later in the presentation. Sidewalk vending, on the other hand, is vending by an actual vendor, just as it sounds, on the sidewalk. The actual definition is a person who sells food or merchandise on a public sidewalk or other pedestrian path, including within public parks. Sidewalk vendors can operate from a push cart, wagon, or any other type of non-motorized item from his or her person while on the public sidewalk or walking path. A sidewalk vendor can also be roaming and moving from place to place or stationary in nature. We have an existing mobile vending chapter, which is chapter 5.68 of the Municipal Code. We do have the need to repeal in its entirety and replace due to the substantive changes that are needed. The current ordinance has not been revised since 1996, and it's outdated in relation to state law. And the most common types of mobile vendors are not explicitly defined in our current ordinance. It's also inconsistent with the state sidewalk vending regulations. It does not specify hours of operation in residential zones, doesn't address special events, and does not address vending of prohibited materials such as tobacco and any type of fireworks or weapons, etc. The new mobile vending ordinance as proposed tonight would have specific regulations for hours of operation and would require a new mobile vending permit issued by the city of Brentwood, in addition to a business tax certificate, which is an existing requirement. Below are many, but not all of the updated regulations. I'll try to quickly touch upon some of these. There is a requirement for a health permit from Contra Costa County Environmental Health. So if there's vending of any food items, they would have to get a permit from the county, which is an existing requirement, not new. Obtaining a permit from the city, as I stated, for the mobile vending permit, as well as the business tax certificate. Requirement for identification documentation. Location and sitting requirements, which would include distance from other locations and other mobile vendors, as well as time restrictions. There'll be hours of operation restrictions and a requirement for liability insurance in the amount of $1 million. Continuing, they'll be required to comply with the city's sign regulations and the noise ordinance. There'll be a prohibition on the vending of alcohol, cannabis, adult-oriented material, tobacco products, or any products that contain nicotine or can be smoked or vaped. Fireworks or any type of weapons or anything that resembles a weapon. The violations will be a misdemeanor, and it will also add a new definition for long-term mobile vending facility. Staff would like council's input on this evening. The long-term mobile vending facility would need to comply with the requirements contained in Title 17 of the Municipal Code. There will be time limits on the mobile vending facilities, and they will need to be removed to an off-site commissary at night. Mobile vending, the mobile vendors are temporary uses if they comply with the requirements of Title 17 and can operate as a long-term mobile vending facility. Part of the proposed operating regulations tonight would stipulate under section 5.68.050M would be that except for long-term mobile vending facilities, such mobile vending would not be able to occur on the same private property for more than a cumulative 4 days within a 30-day period. So that's to limit to where there could not be daily mobile vending activity on a particular property. Title 17 of the Brentwood Municipal Code would govern the term allowed for the long-term mobile vending. There may be circumstances in which a mobile vending facility could operate for a longer period of time. For example, if there's a remodel that's underway for a business that's got a restaurant on site, there may be the need for them to be approved for a long-term vending facility. Continuing, Title 17 is a more appropriate place for regulating more permanent land uses than Title 5. Title 5 regulates licensing and taxation of businesses, not land use. In the event that council directs staff to add regulations to Title 17, the attached ordinance does include a definition for long-term mobile vending and ensures that any future regulations would not conflict with the attached ordinance. We'll switch gears for a moment to sidewalk vending. You may be asking if there's any legislation that pertains to sidewalk vending. Yes, there are in fact 2 Senate bills, both Senate Bill 946 and SB 972 apply. SB 946 became effective in 2019, and it's known as the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act. It prohibits California cities and counties from an outright ban on sidewalk vendors. It also prohibits cities from regulating sidewalk vendors unless there's a permitting system established that's consistent with the provisions of that Senate bill. Senate Bill 946 requires that any restrictions placed on sidewalk vendors be directly related to objective health, safety, or welfare concerns. They cannot simply be prohibited due to opposition or economic competition, because that does not constitute an objective health, safety, or welfare concern. Local jurisdictions that wish to regulate sidewalk vending are required to first adopt a program with regulations consistent with that SB, which is what we're attempting to do this evening. The intent behind the bill was to promote entrepreneurship and economic development opportunities for both low-income and immigrant communities. The second Senate bill is 972. It became effective January of 2023 and amended the California Retail Food Code. It had added a definition of compact mobile food operation under the definition of a mobile food facility, which addresses sidewalk vendors who prepare food using a push cart, stand display, or other non-motorized conveyance. While SB 946 did not affect the applicability of the California Retail Food Code as to sidewalk vendors who sell food, the California Retail Food Code did allow criminal penalties for violations. However, with the passage of SB 972 in 2023, it decriminalized the California Retail Food Code. As a result, both SBs fully decriminalized sidewalk vending, and now only administrative citations are allowed to be issued for enforcement action. Chapter 5.64 will be added to the Brentwood Municipal Code, establishing sidewalk vending regulations in compliance with both of these Senate bills that I mentioned. The proposed ordinance would require maintenance of sanitary conditions in compliance with Contra Costa County health requirements, again, if they're vending food, and obtaining any applicable county permits. There would be required compliance with disability access. So there would be a minimum distance requirement on the sidewalk for safe pedestrian path of travel. They would be required to obtain a sidewalk vendor permit from the city and a business tax certificate, as well as requiring proof of a valid California seller's permit for sales tax compliance. And like with the proposal for mobile vending, they would be required to obtain a liability insurance policy of no less than $1 million. They would be required to acknowledge that a sidewalk vendor is using public property at their own risk, and of course, comply with any other applicable federal, state, county, and local laws. There would be a provision requiring a description of their proposed vendor operations, whether they are planning to be a roaming vendor or a stationary vendor. They would be prohibited from vending within a certain radius of certain parks. So for example, if the city has an approved concession agreement for a particular park, using Sunset Park as an example, because we do have a concession agreement there, sidewalk vendors would not be able to vend within a radius of 300 feet. If we have an approved special event or the farmer's market, would be a 300-foot radius in which sidewalk vendors could not vend within that radius of those events. And it would also include not only the duration of the event, but an hour before and an hour after the event to allow for setup and takedown. There would also be distance restrictions from certain locations and other sidewalk vendors. And like with the mobile vending, there'd be a prohibition for the sale of alcohol, cannabis, adult-oriented material, tobacco products, smoking and vaping of products for nicotine or cannabis, fireworks, or any weapons. And then administrative fines would be applicable for violations. We'll touch upon outreach and some key dates. Community enrichment staff did do some outreach on February 15th and then February 21st. A letter was both mailed and emailed to key stakeholders with notification of the proposed municipal code revisions for both the sidewalk vending and the mobile vending. Notice was provided of tonight's meeting, including a link to view the agenda and review the proposed ordinances, instructions for meeting participation, and public comments. Tonight is our first meeting for the introduction and first reading. Assuming that these ordinances would be approved tonight, our second reading of the ordinances would be March 12th. And then staff would proceed with extensive public outreach after that, after tonight's meeting, to contact mobile vendors and provide them copies of the ordinances and move forward with any questions that they may have. The proposed effective date for the mobile vending ordinance would not be until June 1st, and the rationale for that would be to allow staff ample time to conduct that outreach and to connect with those businesses so that they could prepare for obtaining the permit from the city. Enforcement of both of these ordinances would primarily be conducted by community enrichment staff after providing the outreach and education efforts. The police department may issue warnings and assist with educating sidewalk vendors, but that would be primarily for public safety concerns. Park and recreation staff may also be involved if they encounter vendors that would perhaps be operating in various parks or in conjunction with any special events that they may be working. And they would continue to issue special event permits for any special events, including events like the Food Truck Wednesday event that's currently taking place at Veterans Park. The mobile vending and sidewalk vending permits and the business tax certificates would be issued by the Finance Department. And any information regarding how to obtain a mobile vending or sidewalk vending permit, along with the link to applications, would be included on the city's website. The sidewalk vending ordinance effective date would be April 12th, so 45 days from tonight, assuming council approves the proposed ordinance. The mobile vending ordinance would be effective June 1st, and we approximate there's about 60 mobile vendors that we would need to conduct outreach to. Here's a sample of a mock mobile vending brochure that staff has created. With some Q&A. This would be mailed and emailed to all of the mobile vendors that have an existing City of Brentwood business tax certificate. We would also have this available on our website. This is an example of a two-sided sidewalk vending handout that would be available to any city staff, whether park and recreation staff or the police department should they wish to utilize it, as well as community enrichment. It's double-sided with English and Spanish so that we could provide direction and outreach to any sidewalk vendors that don't meet the current requirements. So circling back, staff is requesting direction from council tonight, whether you would like to create new regulations in the zoning ordinance for longer-term mobile vending facilities as part of the focus zoning ordinance update that's already underway. If council is not interested in allowing the longer-term mobile vending facilities, then council could direct staff to delete those references to long-term mobile vending facilities from tonight's attached ordinance. And then, there's three options for city council action. Of course, you could introduce, read by title, and waive further reading of the two ordinances. You could modify staff's recommendation based upon legally defensible findings, or you could certainly continue the item with direction for staff to return with additional information. That concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions, and we also have outside counsel, our legal consultant, Albert Maldonado, available via Zoom, should we need to pose any questions to him.
Okay, Councilmember Pearson?
I had two questions. One was the rationale behind the addition of 5.68.05M with the 4 days, how we arrived at that. I looked at everything I could read on SB 972 and 946, and I couldn't figure that one out. The other question I had was, will the 1 million, and Katie, maybe you can answer the second part of this question, will the 1 million insurance policy create additional issues for people that is contrary to the intent of the establishment of the Senate bills? Is it too high of an ask, too high of a reach, or what is the possible liability for someone having to now get such a large insurance policy? Thank you.
Sure, so I'll start with your question regarding the 4-day restriction or proposed restriction for vending on private property. The thought behind that was that mobile vendors are mobile in nature. They're intended to be temporary, and that they are not intended to operate on a permanent basis at a location. We do have brick and mortar businesses, restaurants that, that pay full overhead to operate those types of businesses. So by the nature of having a mobile vendor with no restriction, they could effectively vend, every day of the month, and there would be no limit on that. So that was the thought process behind that, was to provide some sort of limit on that. That would be 4 days per location. So if there's a particular vendor that wanted to vend at multiple private property locations in the city, it is possible that they could do that with the private property owner's approval. There's nothing in SB 946 or 972 that specifies that. Those two Senate bills provide direction and constraints for sidewalk vending specifically, but not for the mobile vending.
And then the second part of the question, I don't know if, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
The insurance provision portion.
Yes.
I was just going to suggest we bring on Albert Maldonado from Best Western Krieger. He had done some research in what the liability policies are in other jurisdictions.
Yes, thank you. Good evening to all of you. And to answer, Councilmember, your question directly, $1 million insurance policy is really kind of market standard. I don't think it violates the spirit or letter of either SB 946 or SB 972. Both bills contemplate a regulatory scheme, so they allow cities to impose a sidewalk vending permit, and that's what you have in the draft ordinance before you. As part of that, certainly there is a health, safety, and welfare reason for imposing an insurance requirement to protect both the vendor, him or herself, if they should harm someone, to actually have a pool of money available to protect that injured person, and also to protect the city's interest from additional liability. Because if you don't require any insurance, or on a sliding scale, if you require less insurance, then potentially the city is at risk of higher liability, because that person could also sue the city if they were harmed on the public rights of way. But ultimately, it's a policy matter. There's nothing dictated by the bills. So if you wanted to require less insurance, that is within your purview. If you wanted to require more insurance, that is also within your purview. And I think lower 1 million or higher would all be legally defensible.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. This was a great presentation. There was a lot of information, and I'm wondering, because this is so complicated, if you're looking at city versus state with the Senate bills and all of these different things that feed into what this code we're looking at doing here, I'm wondering if we can do a webinar, maybe an interactive Zoom with the, I guess we have 59 mobile vendors, is that right? But to send an invitation to do that, not just with the print materials or the announcements on the website. I just feel like, I'm guessing there's even some people here tonight that would like the chance to ask questions live. And I think that might be a good way to help clarify. There's a lot of details here, and there seems to be some that, is the city allowed to do that if the state legislation doesn't do it? And, and when you think, I'm thinking about things like there's somebody selling burgers out of their house that I've heard about, and could they make that legal by plopping up something mobile in their front yard? As long as they weren't blocking a sidewalk, then it would become legal, as long as they're getting their food permits. And I just think there's a lot of complications here, and I'm wondering if that's something that we can do to help people feel a little bit more secure about what they're doing.
Sure, we could certainly do that. We can also work with Weblative to put some information together to share via social media or a short video, something like that. We'll absolutely put something on the website. We put most of our brochures on the website and try to do as much outreach as possible. But yes, we could certainly do that.
I appreciated the short form, two-sided, multilingual for sidewalk vendors, but the other flyer, as much as it's got a lot of information, which is good, it also has a lot of information which can sometimes be more confusing and complicated. So I just thought if there was a way to do that live, that would be good. Are we looking at enforcement by For example, neighbors telling on neighbors, or storefront saying this is outside of what we're allowing right now? What does enforcement look like?
So it wouldn't necessarily be neighbors in particular. This is sidewalk vending. So it may be something to where if community enrichment staff is out in the ordinary course of business and we stumble across a vendor, we could stop and make contact and do some outreach and see if they've got their permit and so forth. We do proactive enforcement. For example, Valentine's Day, we went out and we did some proactive enforcement to see if we had any roadside vendors that were selling floral arrangements and didn't have proper approval. So we do that. It can also be complaint-based. So if we've got local businesses, which does happen on occasion, they contact us and they say, hey, I'm paying, full overhead for my brick and mortar business, and I just can't survive if these mobile vendors can just vend and from their vehicle and they're not paying, the full overhead. So we get it that way as well. Part of the community loves mobile vendors. And they want to be supportive of that, but there has to really be a balance. And I think council probably is of that opinion, right? That we want to try to balance the needs of all of the business owners in our community. But that's why we need to have regulations so that it's clearly defined, that we can articulate that to the public, and that staff have something that they can actually enforce upon. Absent a sidewalk vending ordinance, currently we don't have any mechanism to do any enforcement. So we have had instances where we have gotten calls from members of the public or even downtown businesses that are frustrated because there are sidewalk vendors, and our hands have just been tied with that.
So to be clear too, for an event like Wine Walk or Taste of the City, something along those lines, brick and mortars are allowed to have a setup in front of their business to do that, correct?
If they have approval for an outdoor display of merchandise, certainly they can have that. In some areas with the distancing requirements that we have in this proposed ordinance, we'll just use downtown as an example. If a particular business has a fenced off outdoor dining area, there may not be sufficient space for a sidewalk vendor to actually set up in front of that particular business because we have a distance requirement. So the minimum distance requirement for accessible path of travel on a sidewalk is 4 feet. So if you just kind of consider and do the math, and you've got some, outdoor dining areas that are fenced off. Maybe we've got some benches downtown. We've got some tree wells, et cetera, et cetera. There may not actually be space for those sidewalk vendors to lawfully set up. So maybe that helps a little bit.
Helps a little bit with the competition piece of it, while still following state legislation, which is good. Okay. The question about lemonade stands and kids, because I've heard that one before. Can you clarify, please?
Well, technically, if they're out on the sidewalk and they're selling a product, they would be a sidewalk vendor.
But could they then be on their private property, on their lawn, for example?
Well, the sidewalk vending ordinance would not apply because they're not actually vending from the sidewalk. So in the spirit, if a member of your community, their kids have a sidewalk, not a sidewalk, they have a lemonade stand in their front yard, and you decide that you want to partake in that, I mean, they're doing it on their own private property. So this ordinance would not cover that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Ordinance, no? Any further clarifying questions? At this time, we will open public comments. Margaret?
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from those participating in the chambers first, then those participating via Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we received no written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. I have 4 speaker cards in person. I'll call on Rocio.
Rocio Parra, owner of Nana's Tacos. I'm Mary Lou Floyd. I am her advocate and translator.
Mi nombre es Rocío Parra y estoy aquí para que me hagan más fácil la situación en la que me encuentro.
My name is Rocio Parra. I am here to hopefully explain and ask you to make this ordinance a little bit easier for her.
Desde hace 2 años llegamos a rentar el lugar donde estábamos. Tratamos de hacer un restaurante.
2 years ago, we rented leased the facility we're at 8010 Brentwood Boulevard, and we tried to put in a restaurant there in that building.
Hemos gastado dinero y desafortunadamente no hemos podido hacer nada.
We've spent a lot of money, and unfortunately, we haven't been able to put the restaurant in.
Estamos mirando la situación ahorita que tenemos un food truck. Para nosotros es mejor tener permiso, estar con ustedes bien, a tener que vender en mi casa y poder sacar a mis hijos adelante.
The situation is that I have a food truck, and it is better for me to be on your side to comply with everything that you have, to be able to sell and be able to help my children succeed. Also, as her advocate, she wanted me to have you consider providing an alternate permit for business people like her and others in this community, to provide an alternative for those that aren't able to put in a restaurant, who have already spent a lot of money, and instead of pushing them out, be able to provide an alternative for them to be able to vend for longer hours. She will not be able to survive at all. She will lose her home, her livelihood, if she's only able to vend for 4 hours a day and a limited amount of time during the month.
¿Está bien? Sí, está bien. Todo espero que podían extender las horas y los días para poder tener la aseguranza que piden y seguir pagando los impuestos y todo lo que ustedes requieren.
So she requests that you add more days to the vending, more hours, and she will comply with the insurance and everything, so that way she can provide, her services to the community and stay here in this city of Brentwood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd clarify that the first speaker was given 10 minutes because they needed a translator. The next speaker is Carrie.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Wonderful presentation, a lot of great advice, and just wanted to share on behalf of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce that we're in full support of the proposed ordinances, as it creates that balance that we need in our business community. And then, of course, with exceptions, I know you even mentioned the possibility of having the mobile vending or the mobile trucks at a longer leasing period. And I think for businesses such as hers, that would be a very reasonable solution to go at a case-by-case basis. And then in the spirit of entrepreneurship, the Chamber is going to be committed to helping any of the vendors in the community get set up so that businesses will be able to follow the new ordinance that the city works. So just know that the Chamber of Commerce is here to help the city implement this new ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah.
Hello, Council. I know some of you who know who I am. My name is Deborah Spinola. We used to own Spinola's Farm and Station down on the corner, and I did start off with some of my vendors on private property. I guess my question to this ordinance, is this going to be across the board with all vendors doing events, non-events, or are we just talking sidewalk and mobiles? Because if that's the case, I have an understanding that when you do an event with the city of Brentwood, you don't need a business license with the city of Brentwood to be in one of our events. And I feel that that needs to be across the board. Any business that you're doing business in the city of Brentwood, I feel those businesses need to hold a business license, even if it is a day business license, and have liability insurance. Every vendor on my parking lot had liability insurance, a city business license, and everything they needed to operate business in the city of Brentwood. And I just wanted to maybe clarify with that new ordinance that this is something that's across the board for doing business in Brentwood in general. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa.
Hi, I just want to first start by getting some clarification. So are you saying in additional to the business license, which I already hold, that I have to get a vendor license as well?
Ms. Curry, if you could ask us the questions,
I'm sorry.
then we will make sure staff is able to
Okay, I'm
respond.
sorry.
That's
I was
okay.
just addressing the
Yes,
person
ma'am.
who was speaking. I'm sorry. So is the license of the vendor license in addition to the business license that I already have?
We're not able to have a dialogue in public comment, but we will, you ask the questions and we'll make sure your answers get answered here tonight.
Okay. And also clarification, if a lemonade stand could be on their property, selling lemonade, you're opening the door for all the other vendors. I can put my trailer into my driveway. Another vendor can just pop up on their grass. We're gonna have vendors all over the place. Is that what we're saying? It's okay, it's legal? Clarification on that. And also, I want to address, you have a farmer's market and it only allows food and hand products. And it boxes everyone else out. You can't get in there. And by saying that we can't get in there until an hour after, we all know that that's when the heavy foot traffic comes to downtown Brentwood. If you stop that, then you stop us from making our livelihood. Currently, the only way I get to sell in downtown Brentwood is if I go to another vendor, an outside vendor that's not even in Brentwood, to sell at City Park. If you stop me from selling when there's heavy foot traffic, then you're taking that away because nobody else is gonna come down to the City Park. There's no reason.
I have one hand raised in Zoom. I'll call on Amy. Amy, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. This is Amy Tilley from Downtown Brentwood Coalition. Sorry I'm not there with you in person tonight. I'm home with my small children. I wanted to say thank you to the team that put together the presentation. It is very detailed. And just kind of reiterate that, in downtown, protecting the health and safety of the residents and visitors is always first. And so we see a lot in here that would go a long ways in continuing to do that. We've certainly had examples of sidewalk vendors blocking storefronts, entrances, stairs, creating some fire safety issues and just overall encroaching into the public right of way. So we just want to say thank you. We support, an ordinance that would just enhance public safety and guard against some of those things. And I would like to just mention that because downtown is getting so much busier on a frequency, this is well timed, I think, because it's only a matter of time until there is a public safety issue, and it's really just better to get ahead of this and be really looking at this and reviewing this now. We just agree that from the county health kind of side of things, we've definitely experienced times when there's vendors who, we just don't know if they have the county health requirements that are, required with the other mobile vendors. And, we would like to see some enforcement on that. And I would like to ask for a couple of clarifications. One would be, I really was digging in and I didn't totally understand the long-term facility function. And so maybe that could be discussed a little bit more. I also had some questions from the businesses. Several of our businesses have food trucks, and just what the new permit requirements, what those are going to be. I did read them, but I didn't necessarily see what the fee would be attached to that. So curious what council and the team would come up with in terms of that. That's a sore spot, and just something I think a lot of these guys are worried about is just kind of continuing to get squeezed from a fee perspective. And then my third question was regarding enforcement, and just wondering for weekends, what does that look like on weekends, and what's kind of the plan for that? Like who would someone call, and what would the response be like? So those are the three things I kind of wanted to ask for clarification. And I do appreciate the comments from the previous speakers just regarding having a path for some of these businesses who are in a unique situation and just need to keep afloat, and it's certainly part of their livelihood, and in terms of them ultimately growing their small business and being successful. So thank you guys, we appreciate you, and have a good night.
The next speaker is Greg. Greg, go ahead.
Good evening, Margaret, Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, as somebody that puts on a lot of events in this town, glad that we're kind of clarifying that. And I can't agree with Amy more, since we both do a lot of events, and some of her questions, and I'll reiterate the last one. But just, I think, kind of clarification for people. And I think so much of this is the intent and the spirit of the law. And the lady, and I'm not sure, but like on Brentwood Boulevard, they have a business, they're on their own property and their own parking lot next to their building. I would think that that would be a separate standalone issue to look at, that why can't they provide longer hours? Eventually, they're going to have a restaurant. So case by case. I also think when we talk about people selling lemonade on their front lawn, maybe we should be more specific and say any homemade liquids, because, you know, kids selling lemonade and Kool-Aid, or even Girl Scout cookies. I mean, that's like American Pie. That's not selling hamburgers. That's not selling purses. That's not selling, maybe homemade jewelry that the kids are making, right? So I think the spirit of the law on that is, maybe put an age limit, that if you're under 16, you can sell on your front lawn. If you're over 16, you have to have a business license. I don't know. But also too, like what Amy said, is it has to do with the events. And, just this weekend at the farmer's market, we had the nice farmer's market, and there was right across from the Emporium, a guy with his little, I think it was motorized, it looked like a golf cart, right? And he was selling his treats and fruits and ice creams, and I think stuff like that. Those people, I doubt, have any of the things that you guys are talking about. So those are the people that we need to think about. I mean, all the policies are great, but if the people can't afford a business license, or they don't know how to get one, or they didn't get one, or don't have the money for insurance, and I can't see the timer. So also is like the holiday parade's coming up, and that was the issue too, of those food vendors selling their bacon wrap hot dogs. We do these events, we have the health department come, we have to jump through all these hoops, and these people just get to roll in. And I think we need to be proactive and have somebody from code enforcement downtown, so that when these people see, that you guys see these people, that we're immediately stopping them as they're getting out of their cars before they even set up. To be able to enforce that. And like, this is with Amy, we need to know, who are we calling? Are we calling the, non-emergency number? Do we have a 24-hour number for code enforcement? But that's the clarification that I'm looking for too. And it is for the safety. And then for the people who are the outside vendors looking in, and I think they have to understand that as an event coordinator, we go through a lot of time and energy and expense and marketing, and we get vendors, and these people are coming, and they participated, they signed up, and we want those vendors. We want all kinds of vendors, but it's not fair for the person who just rolls up and doesn't participate and isn't contributing to the nonprofit or to whatever the cause is. And we appreciate you guys, and do reach out to those event coordinators and let us know of your circumstances. I've often given people who had homemade things or had specific situations, and give them a discount or a different rate. So I encourage you and implore you to reach out to those organizations that are putting on these events. So thank you very much. And I'm glad that we're just setting some standards, and it makes it a lot easier to enforce when we have standards. And thank you for all you do.
The next speaker is Maribel. Maribel, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. It's Maribel Mendoza. I just want to kind of highlight a couple of things. A lot. So I just want you guys to be very careful because this can be it's sounding kind of elitist and a little classist. And so when you're going back and reviewing this again, really keep in mind who some of these vendors are. I understand when the vendors come out maybe to downtown, but I'm also thinking about like those flower vendors. They're not necessarily on the sidewalk, they're on a dirt lot. And so that's private property. I mean, is that kind of the same thing as a kid selling lemonade, right? On another private property, right? Does it matter? Because then you're kind of encroaching on the space where it's like, how do you really make that determination? Also, what Greg was saying about those people who are selling fruit and these people, I mean, it just kind of comes off as like racist to me. And we really have to be careful because these are people who maybe don't have the facility or the ease to get these permits, and it might not necessarily, I mean, it could be for multiple reasons. Maybe they don't feel comfortable coming to a governmental space, right? So I appreciate and I understand what's going on and why this needs to happen, but I really urge that when you're doing this, that you're thinking about who these community members are. I also know that these flower vendors, these are people who live in Brentwood, right? So they're not always coming from out of Brentwood. And so I just urge that you kind of think about this because half of those vendors are already struggling. Those hot dog vendors, it's like buy at your own risk. And I don't think that they're necessarily taking business from some of these other brick and mortar spaces. So just something to think about. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marisol. Marisol, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. There was a lot going on there, but I don't know exactly. I don't understand, or I didn't maybe understand completely. So maybe when you do re-talk about this or your discussions, can you talk about what you were saying about Sunset? I think you mentioned something because there was already a concession stand there that you wouldn't allow other vendors to go there. And I think that with the new part coming in, you're not having a concession stand. I just want to make sure that when Sunset is being rented out, for example, for some of these tournaments, like I know Revolution does tournaments there, and they might want additional vendors, but they haven't had the ability to have additional vendors there because there is a concession stand. So maybe taking a look at that to see if there's possibilities to allow people that rent the facility to have vendors there because there's so many attendees and one concession stand maybe isn't enough. So again, I don't know if that was exactly what you were saying, but I didn't quite understand what was happening at some of these parks that have concessions. So maybe if you can clarify that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Danny. Danny, go ahead.
Great, thank you. This is a tough subject, and I get that. I do look at Brentwood of, let's say, 30 years ago or 40 years ago. This was a farming community. This was a, for lack of a better term, homegrown, vendor-friendly environment. Now, do we want to have all kinds of madness? No, of course not. At the same token, though, or at the same time, do we want to price people out? There was a young lady who spoke in open comments, and I don't know her whole story. I don't know if she had a chance to speak again, but her story reminds me of why we need to take a closer look at limiting. Again, this is a tough subject, I know, but we want to be fair and we want to be equitable. We want to be, as we always say, the jewel of East County. So again, just take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 additional speaker cards in person. I'll call on Vicky.
Hello, I'm Vicki Little. I own a business here in town. I didn't prepare anything because I wasn't planning on speaking, but after hearing Rosa speak, who I've worked many events with, and just heard a couple of other people speak, I felt like I needed to stand up and just kind of share my story and just ask the council to consider a lot of the details that are concerned with the mobile vending ordinances that you guys are discussing. I own Sip and Scoop, and we started with a cart 7 years ago. It was not a dream of mine to sell ice cream, but it was, long story short, it was what we decided to do. And it was because after raising 5 kids, my youngest child was going to school full time. And so I did try to go back to work full time. It was almost impossible to find something flexible enough as a mother to be able to work and make money. So we decided to open up an ice cream cart. And after the first year, it was so successful, we ended up getting a food truck. And then after that first full year happened with a food truck, so successful, like people were calling us, the community loved having us out at all of their events, school events, private parties. We got calls from, we did work for the San Francisco Zoo. We've done just a lot of things here in the Bay Area that were a lot of fun. And it was incredible. And what it ended up doing was allowing us the ability to open up a brick and mortar in downtown Brentwood. We plan on being in downtown Brentwood for as long as our landlord will allow us. But that all started from a very small cart with 4 flavors of ice cream and my 7-year-old taking orders after school with me. So it's a family-owned business. All of my children have worked for me. I now employ at least 20 people, which are mostly teenagers. I do have a few moms who work for me. The one thing that I can brag about is my flexibility that I've been able to give to all the students that work for me and the moms who work for me. There's a lot of things that we're able to do as a small business. But my point of standing up here is just to implore that you all consider the American dream, and that is starting a business, working for a business, being an entrepreneur. And sometimes some of these regulations can stifle the American dream. Rosa is a very good example of that. You know, the small businesses in this town, especially of Brentwood, are the heart of Brentwood. We're going to fight hard before we close our doors for any reason. You're going to have big companies come in, and if they're not making, $20 billion a year, they're going to just leave Brentwood. They don't care. They don't have any loyalty. And you're going to see these small businesses trying as hard as they can to, open up a business. We're going to lose an amazing couple if we're not able to make some sort of concession to these ordinances. Of course, there's lots of different things happening in Brentwood, and I understand why all of these ordinances are coming into play, but we have to consider different situations. I think that's about all that I have. Just from a small business owner, from someone who started with a small cart, who's now a part of the community and has no plans on going anywhere, I implore that you guys take those types of things into consideration. Thanks.
The next speaker is Tom.
Hello, everybody. So one solution that I have and something I've thought about doing for quite a while is applying for a TUP to allow some vendors in the parking lot across the street from City Hall. I kind of assumed I'd get feedback and be told no, because we knew that this meeting and these codes were going to pop up. And so if I'm not allowed to do that perhaps on private property, does this mean that Maker's Market and events in the park won't be allowed either? Or is that a solution that perhaps on Saturdays we allow these other vendors to do a pop-up in that closed parking lot, which is something I'd been wanting to do to help subsidize the ice rink. City does currently rent that parking lot from me. I don't know if everybody knows that. They get it for a deal, less than I pay every month. So in order to subsidize some of that, perhaps even not have the city pay rent on that lot anymore, because that would allow me to subsidize the ice rink. And I'm willing, if the city's willing, to perhaps continue the insurance coverage if I'm subsidized by that Maker's Market, call it what we want. The city would save $15,000 to $17,000 on renting that lot as well, because I could provide that for free. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards and no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment, move into council discussion. Councilmember
Before we
Mendoza.
talked about discussion, I'm going to say I am flabbergasted that someone would use the term "those people that sell hot dogs," because we know who's selling the hot dogs, and it's brown people. So please watch your words, because I've been hearing a lot of stuff lately that isn't sitting well at all, because there was other vendors at the holiday parade and they were not selling hot dogs and they were not brown, and no one called them out tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Pearson.
So I have to say that when I saw this on the agenda, I like a lot of and I want to say thank you so much for just putting together a really good staff report. It was clear. I think everybody is here. They understood it. There are a couple of things that stood out for me that I had questions about tonight. And the first business that I envisioned as I was coming home from our staff briefing was Nana's Tacos, who I've never patronized, but I've seen you every single time I leave here on my way home. You're in my district. I see people late and you guys work so hard in our community. And I just want to say thank you first and foremost, because you're kind of off the beaten path. But if you haven't seen them, they're on Brentwood Boulevard, and I've seen you operate right outside that business. I've seen the work going on inside of there. And so I'm deeply concerned tonight about making sure that we don't make decisions that drive businesses out of business. So one of my requests tonight would be to look at, and I think there was a question about what long-term meant, so if we can explain that a little bit more. But looking at the opportunities to do some specific to that line item in, 5.068.050M. If we can do something to make some type of exemption or exceptions where businesses who have circumstances such as theirs will not be placed out of business, lose their home, lose their funding for their family. I think that is really important. The reason why I was asking about the insurance policy, as an attorney, I would never say we shouldn't have insurance. So that's my one thing. The other thing is I would never say we shouldn't have any insurance. I think liability is important for us to cover, make sure businesses are covering themselves and making sure our residents are covered if they do encounter it. I was wondering this because I want to make sure that we are not perpetuating systems that keep people who are commonly disenfranchised from operating businesses. What Vicky just came up. And I want to thank you, Vicky, for saying that, because sometimes things that we do at a bureaucratic level stifle people from having the opportunity to reach the American dream. So I absolutely would not want to put obstacles and hoops in place that would result in people not being able to. I'm also concerned and would like to find out a little bit more about, and I don't think our city would do this, but I'm thinking in perpetuities. Like I think Danny said, let's talk about 30 years from now, or someone said, let's look at 30 years from now. And so one day, if we ever got someone to work for the city of Brentwood, which I doubt, I'm concerned, and actually I was concerned by the statement, Council Member Mendoza, those people, I don't like that. Those people has a very negative connotation. And I hope it wasn't meant in a racist way, but I was concerned when I read this about the people who sell fruits, flowers, and hot dogs. I think I actually brought it up in our meeting. That enforcement if we don't have some type of more stringent regulatory process, that you may have people who stop and only ask questions to those people, but not to all people. So I do want to know what happens on the weekend. I do want to know, what's going to happen, because I can foresee this that people are only calling on those people or this type of person. What we're going to do to make sure it is fair and equitable. I think that's something we should always have a conversation about. And I think that Amy asked about the fees. I would like to know more if we can answer that question about the cost that's associated with this new regulation.
Can I mention before you answer the questions that Councilmember Pearson had, there was a lot of questions that were asked, and I saw Alexis and Robbie, both of you taking notes, so I was hoping you could take a few minutes when you answer those questions to also answer those. And then I also have some comments, but I'll wait if you wanted to do that first.
Yeah, so we did take notes, and hopefully we caught all the questions. I'm happy to address Councilmember Pearson's questions, and then at the pleasure of council, whenever you want us to address the public questions, we're happy to do that as well. There's some overlap in some of these questions, obviously. So I'll take a couple of Councilmember Pearson's questions and then hand a couple to Robbie. So in terms of what does long-term mean, or what could it mean? So staff's idea was that there will be circumstances where there would be food trucks or food trailers or mobile vendors who, although they're in mobile vehicles, would want to be on a location for longer periods of time. As a planner, staff does not recommend handling regulations for those longer-term businesses in Title V in this mechanism, because what this is envisioning is a licensing program that is basically ministerial, or it's up or down. There's a checklist. You provide us your environmental health documentation, your insurance documentation, the description of your business and the fee, and you get your mobile vending license or sidewalk vendor license for a year. And you're supposed to comply with those regulations, keep moving, the buffers and all of that. If you want to be on a location, whether you own the property or not, you can have the property owner's permission, 6 months, a year, 2 years. This isn't really a way to handle the unique context or situation of that, because when you have a semi-permanent business, what comes with that is, where's the power coming from? Are we blocking any required parking? Is there a safe ingress and egress? Are you going to put up a table and chairs and an umbrella? What does that look like? Where is that? So once something becomes more permanent, there's just more review that should happen with it as a planner. That's what I would recommend. So I would recommend handling that in Title 17. Which is the zoning code, which there's an update already happening. So it wouldn't necessarily prohibit people from operating in longer terms in the city. We just wouldn't be adopting those regulations tonight. We would be adopting, if council gave us that direction, through a different mechanism, if that makes sense.
Can I ask a question about that? So that would address someone like Nena's Tacos, or even, she has her building, they're trying to do what they want to do, like they can do in their building. They're actively trying. We also have the gas station downtown, like they're working on the building, and they also have a truck. So does that take care of those kinds of situations, the Section 17?
It could. It depends on what council direction we receive. So it could, if that's what council wants to do. So right now, there are no regulations that capture that type of business. So we as staff don't know what to tell people if they want to have that kind of business today, because the zoning ordinance just does not, it's just silent on it. So there's no standards one way or the other, which isn't a good place to be. So again, a permit, even though they're in mobile buildings, it's a more permanent use that I think is better regulated through Title 17, and we could address, I don't want to name individual businesses, but people who want to be at a location for basically full-time, right? Whether they own their property or not. And so they could, depending on how council wants to give us direction, they could be there full-time, 24 hours a day, unless, if there's a commissary associated with them, we could make sure there's hand washing facilities, bathrooms, that there aren't extension cords running across city property, all those types of things that don't really come in when people are moving every couple of hours.
So, question, are we agendized to be able to have that discussion as to the Title 17 tonight? Because what I would feel uncomfortable about is making a decision that would impact someone today, once we decide, and we haven't had that conversation about the Title 17 additions, the regulations that we would be adding to.
So the way it's agendized is to provide us direction on whether you want to incorporate standards for longer-term mobile vending into Title 17, and we could bring that back. So the sidewalk vending ordinance would not be impacted by that discussion. It would be the mobile vending ordinance. The mobile vending ordinance includes a definition, and our proposal is to have an effective date of June 1st to give us time to communicate and do all this education that we've talked about and answer some of these types of questions. That could overlap with the zoning ordinance update that's coming to council this summer. There could be a gap. So that's up to council if they aren't comfortable moving forward with the mobile vending discussion until or unless the Title 17 details have been fleshed out. But tonight, there is in the agenda the ability to give us direction on whether or not you want staff to pursue that.
Yeah, I'll let you finish asking the questions, but I'm kind of the nature that I don't want to put the cart before the horse, and I would prefer not to. I mean, we've seen that things come up and then we can't come back on a certain topic. So I would prefer not. I mean, this means a lot to me, and hearing their story means a lot to me. My grandfather, illiterate man from the South who worked for General Motors, bought a home in Stockton, left Oakland every weekend with us, and we would pick walnuts and pick up the eggs from all of our hens and watermelons that he would grow on the property. That's why Brentwood, I love Brentwood, because it reminds me of my childhood. And we would come back to Oakland and sell it. And I know an illiterate man like him was not able to meet any of these requirements. Although I understand the safety of it, I would hate to really stifle, because we have something in place before we have what we need in place to stop, without naming, even though we do have one business here. I'm sure that there's several other duplicates of this type of business. So I would not be comfortable with that one item of the 4-day requirement. All the other stuff looks good to me, but I would not be comfortable with making a decision tonight until I knew for a fact businesses like their business is protected.
What about the hours? And the hours as well?
Because I think right now it's like 4 hours, and it makes me very uncomfortable, yes.
Did that take care of all the questions that you took notes on?
From Councilmember Pearson?
No, from the public. I was hoping to get those answers. Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I saw all the notes you were taking, so I was hoping you would go down the list, and assuming everyone else is okay with that, I think there were so many questions that were really valid that we should give that a few minutes.
Sure, there was still a couple more questions from Councilmember Pearson, but do you want to address those or go through?
You can go through the list, but if you don't mind returning back to mine, if you can remember that.
Yeah, I've written yours down: insurance, what happens on the weekends, how we can make sure enforcement is equitable, and what a fee might look like. Does that capture the rest of your questions?
Yes, and it would actually include some of the ones that were on the list.
Yeah.
We might double strike some, yeah.
Okay.
Can we finish asking a question about your mobile one? Could we do an urgency ordinance around that? Or, I mean.
Around which aspect?
It's a bad word for some people, but you know.
Around which aspect?
Around the long-term mobile.
I suppose you could, but we would still need direction on what those regulations look like. That would go into an urgency ordinance, and by the time we did that, we could probably just incorporate it into the zoning code update already, unless you have a.
What's the timing on the zoning code update again?
So that'll be coming back to council this summer, so around June. If you feel like it needs to happen sooner than that, I don't know that we can get that direction tonight, but we could potentially bring it back earlier. But we still need some specifics from council, what they would want to be in that urgency ordinance.
Okay.
And just following up on the urgency ordinance notion, to use that particular tool, the council has to be able to make a finding that there's, quote, a current and immediate threat to the public health, safety, or welfare in order to use that mechanism. So that's something we would want to think about whether we could satisfy.
And if I could clarify before we get to the rest of the questions, our ordinance today does not allow long-term mobile vending from a particular location. So technically, folks who are doing that today are in violation of the current ordinance. So that might inform your decisions about an urgency ordinance or timing of that. But our current ordinance does not allow long-term mobile vending either.
Sure, I can start going through the list of questions, and then maybe when we get to the end, if we've missed a few, we can let council give us their comments. So I'll start with hours of operation. So for mobile vending, the hours of operation in the proposed ordinance for residential zones would be between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. And for non-residential, it would be between 6 a.m. and midnight. So there would not be a 4-hour limit. I think the comment about the 4-hour limit is a little bit of confusion with what our current ordinance states. So just wanted to clarify that. Regarding some of the unpermitted vendors that staff have run across, we do have quite a few sidewalk vendors that we've made contact with to do some outreach. And most, not all, but most of those vendors do come from outside the city limits of Brentwood. Just a comment, it's really neither here nor there, but we're not finding that a lot of the sidewalk vendors are Brentwood residents. Now, that's not necessarily the case with mobile vendors. Those are our motorized vendors. So I can't tell you, I don't have any stats right off the top of my head to tell you how many are actually Brentwood residents. The long-term facility option, Alexis gave you an answer on that. On the insurance requirements, that's pretty common with a lot of the other jurisdictions that are coming forward with revised ordinances. We have been given an estimated cost of $300 or $400 approximately for liability insurance in the amount of $1 million. And that would be something, of course, that council could determine that they want to, increase or decrease.
That estimate was annually, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
We did consult with our risk manager, and they concurred that they felt $1 million was appropriate. But again, this would be at council's discretion. For the question regarding the permit costs, the permit fee has not yet been determined. That would be something that would be a finance question because they need to consider the staff time and resources involved to issue those permits, so I don't have an answer for that. For the mobile vending permit, it would be the permit fee and then a business tax certificate. That would not be a new business tax certificate. If we have current mobile vendors, they should already have a business tax certificate. If it is a approved special event permit, so for example, if we have some downtown event that's going to occur in City Park, and that's part of a special event permit, those vendors could be approved under what's called an umbrella business tax certificate, but that's intended for a one-time sale in Brentwood, if you will, so a one-time event. If it's going to be a vendor who's going to continue to operate in Brentwood for multiple occasions, then they need to get a regular business tax certificate. The fee for that is $100 plus a one-time application fee, which it's approximately $57. So you're talking $157 a year for a business tax certificate. And that is for any business with gross receipts at $333,000 or less. So there's no distinguishing amount for a mobile vendor, sidewalk vendor, or brick and mortar. The threshold is by gross receipts. So that would be that $157 for the first year plus $100 for renewal every year thereafter.
Can I ask a quick question on that? So, for example, they have the market in the park. Because they do it on an ongoing basis and Maker's Market, does every vendor in there have to do this then? Because you're saying umbrella is like a one-time thing. But Maker's Market and that market in the park, they happen again and again. How does that work?
Correct. So they fall under an umbrella business tax certificate, and they are required, the person who runs the Maker's Market is required to provide a list of vendors to our business tax certificate staff, which is under the umbrella of utility billing. And then if those vendors come up for one occasion, they fall under the criteria of that umbrella business tax certificate. But if that vendor were going to come to multiple occasions of Maker's Market or do business on other occasions, then they would have to get a regular business tax certificate.
How do we keep track of that?
It's the onus of the person that gets the approval on the special event permit. So whoever that individual is, we'll just say Jane Smith, who pulls the special event permit for the Maker's Market, she is responsible for providing that information to our finance department.
No, Tom, he said, so what prohibits him from doing that on his property today? Like having vendors on his parking lot every Saturday?
Do you want to answer that?
I'm not understanding, I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know specifically what he might do, but if someone wants to have a special event on private property, it's different than on city property, right? So they would come to planning and potentially get a temporary event permit. It has to be temporary. So if you want to do that same thing every weekend for the next year to 2 years, it's no longer temporary. And currently, we don't have any regulations about
Okay.
these semi-permanent structures on private property that aren't buildings that might want to do commercial activities. It's a real void in our zoning ordinance.
Okay, there was a question regarding the buffer. I think we covered that, but just to reiterate, if there is a special event permit, whether it be for example, you brought up the Maker's Market, the Farmer's Market, or any other special event that we issue a permit for through the city, it is a 300-foot buffer with the duration of the event plus the 1 hour before and the 1 hour after the event. If there is a mobile vendor that, assuming that we approve this ordinance as proposed, and there's a requirement for a mobile vendor permit and a business tax certificate, if they have those items, then they could go ahead and vend within the public right-of-way, subject to the other operating regulations as proposed in the ordinance. So I think there was a comment about if we're having farmers market, for example, then that vendor would be prohibited from doing business. They would just be prohibited from operating within that buffer radius, but that doesn't prohibit them from vending elsewhere in the city or on other days throughout the year. So hopefully that answers that. Vending from a dirt lot would not be approved. That is specifically prohibited in the proposed ordinance. So there has to be an approved primary use to a parcel in order for there to be an ancillary use. So you cannot vend from an undeveloped lot. Let's see. We have already reached out to DBC and Chamber of Commerce, so I think we would certainly work with them for additional outreach. There was a question regarding Sunset Park, so if I wasn't clear on that, I want to clarify that. So Sunset Park, we have an approved concessionary agreement. So because we have that approved concessionary agreement, it includes that buffer. So we cannot allow vendors to be within that buffer zone. Other parks that we don't have that concessionary agreement or that there isn't an approved special event with a permit for a particular date, then we don't have that buffer. So if a sidewalk vendor, for example, wants to walk through the paved parkway in the park and vend their items, if they've got the permit and they've got the business tax certificate, they can certainly do that. They can't set up on the lawn area. They can't set up on park benches or in the playground area, that type of thing, but they can certainly peruse the sidewalk path. And then I think one other thing was there was a question about, why we need to do this. So I think one thing that has perhaps been overlooked is food safety. So when we have vendors, whether they're a sidewalk vendor or whether they're an actual mobile vendor from a motorized vehicle, they need to get that county health approval if they're going to be preparing food. We need to make sure that the food is stored at the proper temperature and that they meet all of the county health requirements. And that's from a public health and safety perspective. I think that was the list of questions that I had. I apologize if we don't currently have a specific plan for enforcement on the weekends. That would be at discretion of, director and the recommendation of council. If you would like for staff to do a more frequent enforcement, proactive enforcement in particular areas or on weekends, that's certainly something that we could discuss. But for now, we don't have any plans to do consistent weekend enforcement. It would be more on an as-needed basis or a complaint basis. There was some discussion about, perhaps doing a random Saturday enforcement in the downtown to be able to address some of these concerns around farmers market.
And if I could just touch on that a little bit more, and then I don't think we discussed the fair and equitable enforcement question directly. So as far as weekend enforcement, we have 4 code enforcement officers total for all the caseload and all that goes on in the city. So it's always a matter of prioritizing, because we have such limited resources, what they spend their time on. So typically they work Monday through Fridays, business hours, just, otherwise they have to we pay them overtime and all that. So if we need to do weekend enforcement, it's just a shifting of workloads and priorities because we don't have enough code enforcement officers to have a 7-day-a-week or even a nighttime operation. It's just, that's not uncommon in cities. Code enforcement staffs are typically relatively small. And that is one of the reasons a lot of our work is complaint-based, and then some of it is proactive. It's just a matter of the resources that we have with such a small team. Our team does an excellent job. They respond to cases very quickly. They close cases as fast as they can. But there just aren't extra officers around to do weekends or nighttime enforcement. So we're always balancing those resources. And so that touches on the fair and equitable enforcement question. Because part of our work is complaint-driven, if folks call in and complain, we respond, okay? And so unfortunately, if there are people in our community who, and it happens around other issues, feel the need to call in complaints that aren't necessarily valid or are targeted in some way, we don't necessarily know that when we receive the complaints, and we're still obligated because we receive them to follow up on them. If there is a violation of whatever code or issue, then we also are obligated, if we know about it, to follow up on it. So that is just the nature of the beast. In terms of proactive enforcement, I would like to say, and I would like to work with council and say we would absolutely not do targeted enforcement on individuals. It would be enforcing the codes that are in place. So today, there are no sidewalk vending codes in place. So when we deal with flower vendors and all that, it's about retail sales on properties and not a sidewalk vending issue. So there's other areas of the code that we're enforcing that are in place today. So it's imperfect. It's not going to be citywide all the time based on our resources. So that's definitely something for council to consider.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take away from anyone else's time, but I like to give people their flowers. Alexis, I just want to say thank you so much for how you, both of you, amazing, but especially just how you dealt with such a sensitive subject now. I just want to publicly recognize you and say thank you so much for your professionalism and your diligence. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's it.
I actually wanted to add to that and say that I think your very direct approach to talking about this and bringing it forward in a way that's respectful was very much appreciated. And I also want to say, I don't think there was any intent here for anyone to say that there was anything in your shop that was happening. It was more the caller that made a very insensitive comment that they were responding to. But I would like to thank the brick and mortars who have showed up tonight and reiterated that small businesses in Brentwood are important and key to who we are, but not just the brick and mortars, but also the ones that are working towards something or trying to live out their American dream. So I know there's sometimes some questions about what do the brick and mortars feel about these other kinds of businesses. So very much appreciated your perspective, and thank you for bringing that. I do like the idea of either case by case or some kind of wiggle room around, the timing of it, for example, like we talked about. But can you actually, I think it was SB 946 that was talking about the intent of the new legislation. Can you go back to what that exact intent was?
I think that'd be a good question for Albert Maldonado from BBK to answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know you can hear me, but I cannot start my video unless staff allows it. I don't need to be seen, but if you want to see me, I need staff's help.
I think you can go ahead.
I'm just going to proceed. The intent of the legislation is to promote entrepreneurship among the immigrant community. So the reason this whole thing started, if you really want to know the background behind it, is it comes out of the city of Rancho Cucamonga. They had an outright ban of sidewalk vendors in the city. And at that, there was a woman who was vending in the city illegally, and it was a misdemeanor under their code. So she was charged with a misdemeanor. At that time, Donald Trump was president, and he expanded the list of crimes that would make someone a priority for removal from the country. And it touched even a misdemeanor like hers. And she actually was removed from the country. And as a result of that, the California state legislature decided to decriminalize sidewalk vending so that no one like that woman would be removed from the country for any kind of criminal action against them for vending in a city that decided to ban vending.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maldonado. That helps. I remember seeing the text in the staff report, but to have more of an explanation really gives more meat to this discussion.
And Susanna, if I can, I watched some of the videos from the same location, and was it Rancho Cucamonga? I can never say that right. There were literally residents who decided to go police people and ask them for permits. And I saw one video of one guy making racial epithets and pushing a gentleman who was selling his mandarin oranges to the ground and thinking that he had the right to do it because there wasn't a licensing process that they thought was being violated. So I'll keep coming back to what's the legislative intent behind these laws. And so I just want to thank the gentleman who spoke just now. Thank you so much from BKK.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I wasn't quite done, sorry. Just to finish up, I brought that up knowing what the intent was listed and not knowing you were going to give such a great explanation that really even helped more to emphasize what it is we're trying to do here. And knowing that we're a farming community and knowing that we're richer for our cultural diversity, we need to protect these businesses. So whatever ends up happening with 17, with the discussion tonight, I just want to make sure we're being very, very respectful of this intent of this legislation because it feels like a really good move. Thank you.
And all of that is so valid, and I agree with all of that. I also think we need to find a way to help our brick and mortar because if you're not aware, their minimum wage is going up to $20 an hour, I think now. And while I don't want to kill competition, we've got to make sure that we are protecting sales going through our brick and mortar who also have to pay through insurance and headcount and utilities and all of that stuff. So we need to find a balance for that. I think we're going to see a very, very tough rest of the year for a lot of these businesses having to increase their wages. And while I believe it's only big companies with X amount, if I work at a small shop, but down the street is someone who's a big company and they're paying $20 an hour, the small shop is going to lose their employee. So I don't think that all of this is because we want to hurt anyone, but we also have to find this balance where we're taking care of the people who have brick and mortars and make sure that we're not running them out of business. So I think that's the intent, which I understand and I support. I still need to understand a little bit. So for example, and I'm sorry I'm giving you all these examples because I'm trying to understand. Like I just saw a post and there's going to be a food truck night at Creekside. How does that apply to the mobile?
Sure. So it's when you say Creekside Park, they're not actually in the park. I just want to make that distinction. So they're vending from the public right away on the street adjacent to the park. So with the proposed ordinance tonight, if they have their mobile vending permit and they have their business tax certificate, if they're vending food items, then they need to have county health approval, which is a permit in addition to an inspection of that vehicle to make sure all the food safety requirements are met. They could vend there on the public street subject to the operating hours. So that would be a residential zone. So they could vend between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. They would be limited to vending in the public right of way for 2 hours at that specific location, but then they could move to another location and vend for another 2 hours. So the intent is so that somebody is not basically parked on the public street all day long vending from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. because on occasion, we do field complaints about that with some residents welcoming the food trucks. They love to have them there, whereas other residents feel like the street parking is constrained, or maybe people that want to patronize the park can't find street parking, or there's noise, et cetera. So there's kind of a delicate balance there.
Okay, and so I just try, in my head, I'm trying to figure out how do we balance it? Like Vicki, it's like, how do we balance protecting our brick and mortar and also welcoming this entrepreneurial spirit?
I think the distancing requirements really help that.
Yeah, that's going to help. And the distancing is for the food trucks as well.
That's correct. We have distance requirements on the food trucks as well, and limitations on parking and things like that. They have to be able to be lawfully parked. Like I said, there's a restriction of 2 hours in the public right of way. Now, if they get approval to operate on private property, they can do that, subject to the 4 hours per month, unless council, decides otherwise. I'm sorry, 4 days per month, excuse me.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have right now.
I do want to, and thank you all for asking most of my questions already, save a little time. But there's a couple things. First of all, I want to thank our small businesses. If it weren't for our small businesses in this community during the horrific shutdown from COVID, there is just no way to measure the increased trauma and devastation that our families would have experienced if it weren't for what our small business owners were willing to do. There was not a group of people more involved in caring for the needs of our community than our small businesses. And on a side note, as far as business from the city is concerned, because we have so many diverse small businesses, our tax situation was significantly better than other communities that rely on big box businesses alone. And so there are so many reasons why we should be thankful for our small business owners. I don't know if I haven't been at all of your events. I will tell you that I was happy when Nana's was able to get that. They had been in another building in town for many years. They have, in my opinion, the best quesadilla in California. But it's something that we really, like council member, all the council members have said that have spoken, we really have to find a balance that benefits everyone. A couple of questions I have about the brick and mortar, though, that also operate food trucks from their facility. I want to make sure that they aren't double charged for something that they're already taking care of. But occasionally there has been opportunity for one of the brick and mortars to have a different food vendor that is in partnership with them near their location. And I want to make sure that we have a mechanism so that they are able to continue their business, but also there's a way to, if they would like, and to deal with that 300-foot buffer. Because my question is, if, for example, well, I'm not going to name any names because a few of you have done this and it's been awesome, but someone wants to have a particular kind of food out in front of their brick and mortar, but now you've got a 300-foot buffer requirement. Is that something that?
No, if I could address that, I think there's a little bit of confusion there. So the proposed ordinance would allow one mobile vendor to be on a private property vending, subject to the operating regulations here. So that 300-foot buffer is not for that purpose. So if we have, XYZ business, and then they decide, hey, we want to have this mobile food truck come, they can go ahead and come, but they're limited to one. So that's so that we don't have a full-blown food truck event in a strip mall parking lot, taking up all of the available parking, which would obviously impact all of the other businesses in the shopping center. If they were wanting to do that type of event and have more than one mobile vendor, then there is a process for that. They would have to go to planning staff and apply for a temporary use permit.
Well, one of my concerns is downtown, most of the time it wouldn't be private property, it would be city streets. And so that would be my concern. Does that also apply equally to that situation?
Let me look at the specific buffer and I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Also, there are a lot of reasons why people move to the state of California. One of the reasons that my family moved here, we first moved to the Los Angeles area nearly 30 years ago now. One of the final decision-making points was I was able to purchase from a sidewalk vendor that was very near the building I was working in some of the finest oranges from some of the finest people that I ever met. I got to know his family, and they were from Guatemala. They invited me to their home. I got to eat some food I'd never had before, and we became very, very close friends because he had a little location there selling oranges regularly near the mission that I was helping run at the time. I want to make sure our families, no matter what they're doing, being able to come and have the American dream is to work for yourself, a lot of them. And, you know, buy your own island and not someone else's. That would be really nice. But some of them, even though it's $150, some of them, that alone would eliminate the opportunity for them to begin a process they would happily do if they were able to. Is there a way to put a process in motion that they could, over time, purchase into that?
So I would defer to Carrie on that because this would be administered by the Finance Department, similar to a business tax certificate. I will say any fees associated with both the licenses and/or penalties are set by council. Okay, so that's one reason the fee hasn't been brought forward tonight, because we're not sure what the program may or may not look like, right? And but the ultimate fee that may or may not be charged for a license is set by council. So if there's some sensitivity to maybe not full cost recovery for that process, that's certainly up to council as a policy decision. But whether payment plans are possible, I think is what you're talking about, you know, maybe a quarterly payment or something rather than an annual payment. I don't know if Carrie can speak to that.
Good evening. So are you referring to the business license portion? Because earlier the $150 was in reference to the business tax certificate and the application fee, not to the upcoming fee for the permits that are being discussed tonight. So I just want to clarify, are you talking business license?
I'm talking about anything that they would have to buy to be in alignment with and operate legally. I know that anything that we pass, we have significantly more influence over, but if it's a state business license, tax license, whatever that is, sometimes it's just, it's a hurdle that is just would discourage them. And I would be surprised if some of the families, some of the individuals that are vending on sidewalks or wherever, that isn't part of the main way that they take care of their family. And if that's the case, every nickel counts, every dollar counts. And so it's frustrating. Well, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but it's frustrating for individuals who are simply wanting to do the right thing and take care of their families to have to choose whether to do the right thing or take care of their families. And so if we could make it as easy as possible to allow them to do both, I'd really like to find a way that we could do that.
So we do have a ordinance that outlines the business tax certificate requirements. I was trying to really quickly look through there to see what kind of leeway it gives. Now, this was adopted by the voters, so this was not something that came to council, and council said, yes, let's do it. This was voted on by Brentwood residents about 24 years ago. So let me take a look at that and see what provisions it allows, but I don't know if it has that sort of provision in there.
Okay, thank you. Going through these questions that weren't already asked. I think that's it for now. Councilmember Orlemans.
If I'm understanding what we're getting ready to do, I just want a little bit clarification on the long-term being 4 days. That's an arbitrary number, no? Go ahead.
In this definition, long-term, in this ordinance, long-term has a different definition that would be accommodated through Title 17. Any mobile vending under this ordinance would be maximum of 4 days on private property. So it's not termed long-term in that context. It's just any mobile vendors limited to 4 days per month. The long-term is our suggestion to create separate regulations in the zoning ordinance for people who may want to be there 6 months or a year or longer.
Okay, thanks.
If I may, Mayor, if I could follow up on your question about the fees. And so I just, these are very hypothetical numbers, but let's say a vendor paid $157 for a business tax certificate. And let's say the amount of time it spent that we would spend in cost recovery for processing the mobile vending or sidewalk vending license is similar, and we charged $157 for that license. So you have a little over $300 potentially for, these are all very rough numbers for that. Then you have another potential annual amount of $300 for the liability insurance at the amount that's in the ordinance. So it's about $600 a year for both types of license permits. Again, very back of the envelope numbers. So again, we've been talking a lot about balance tonight and sort of a happy medium. So staff time is incurred and costs are incurred whenever we have new regulations and we're enforcing those regulations or licensing requirements. But we also want people to comply. We want to set people up for success. So we don't want to create such barriers to entry that people don't follow their regulations, right? So there's always that balance that we're looking at, because our goal is not to go out and cite people and find people and catch people and get them in trouble. Our goal is just to have people comply and follow the rules, and everything's much easier for everybody that way. So we don't want to create barriers to entry. And so those are the policy decisions council would make. So we could tell you what the cost recovery aspect of this is, and Carrie can look into what is currently available under the business license ordinance. But those are the policy decisions council should make. We don't want people to not go through this process, we meaning staff, because it's too expensive. We want to set them up to succeed. But there are just real costs associated with any program that the city undertakes. So I don't know that that's helpful, but that's sort of where we are coming from in terms of the new license fees.
It is, and just a few years ago, there were a group of people not in the city of Brentwood that, in an effort to help people that had less access to resources at a holiday time of year, prepared food, unlicensed food, and fed them. And at least one person lost their life because of that. And, I know it was a terrible tragedy, that there was never any malintent involved. But had they followed the process, there's a family that would still potentially have a family member still alive. And it was entirely well-meaning. And so this is something that's really important. This isn't a hypothetical could happen. It has happened in the past, thankfully not in Brentwood, but I want to make sure that that doesn't happen, because the individuals that participated in that, the devastation that they had to deal with, because meaning well, they accidentally caused someone to have a sickness that took their lives. So that's something, this is all really important, and I agree with that. But again, like we've all said, it's really important also, and you've said, we want to set people up for success. And so that's something that's very important.
Excuse me, Mayor, I had a comment on the business tax certificate. I think Carrie might be looking this up already, but there are exemptions that are available. So for example, if someone is a veteran, or I believe there's an age restriction for someone under the age of 18, to try to encourage them to establish their business, they are exempt from that business tax certificate fee. So we do have that available, but maybe it's something that you would want to consider, perhaps a grant program or something like that, perhaps through economic development or something to help aspiring, small businesses.
I'd be very, very interested in that because I don't want this council to be the council that kicked off the lemonade stands off of all the front yards and terrorized our Girl Scouts selling their cookies. That I'm not interested in at all. So we need to make sure that we use balance in that as well. But yeah, that's a really good idea. So, having said that, what is council's desire as far as moving forward with this, this ordinance in this process? Tim, do you have any comments?
Just see if staff has any ideas based on all the feedback we've heard from both the residents and the council. Has staff come up with any potential solutions to help find the right balance that you might want to recommend before a motion's considered?
Or should we listen to the motion that she's been working on to see if maybe there are some good recommendations?
So I have a motion, but we can keep it in discussion, or I can just make the motion if that would be council's. Okay.
Sure, let's
All right.
discuss your motion.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion as detailed in the staff report. I move to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance repealing and replacing the municipal code chapter related to the sidewalk vending, subject to the following. That we instruct for staff time and attention to return with a detailed staff report on regulations for long-term mobile vending facilities as part of the focused zoning ordinance, 1. Also, to direct staff to bring back at a later date an agenda item, RE, regarding, then adding 5.68.050M with the 4-day regulation instead of adding it to this one, and to discuss fees that would be a part of the permit for council to further discuss and make a determination about. I'd also like to add to that staff report on I like the idea of the grant program and what that would look like and some suggestions. So that would be my motion, to vote on everything that was already discussed, absent 5.68.050M, to bring that back at a later date to decide if we're going to add it then after we've had the discussion about the mobile vending facilities as part of a focused zoning ordinance.
Do we need that to be two? One is standalone sidewalk and then,
Oh, right, yeah.
yeah.
So that would be my first motion.
Was that, but the mobile one is part of it. Is that the mobile one? Okay.
Yeah. No, I think that's exactly where I was going. So the first ordinance is as to sidewalk vending, and all of the changes that I heard you mention until the very last one seem to do with mobile vending. So if you want to move forward with the sidewalk vending one and then save all those changes for the mobile vending one, which Councilmember Mendoza is correct, is the second motion. I think the only possible exception to that is the fee grant or other, subsidy or assistance with payment. So Alexis, Robbie, what I heard was, with regard to the sidewalk vending ordinance, a motion to introduce and waive the first reading of the sidewalk vending ordinance with further direction to staff to come back exploring alternative means of payment for the fee associated. Is that correct, Councilmember Pearson?
Just being mindful of the sidewalk vending, the 4-day regulation is not affected in the sidewalk vending.
So is that clear enough for?
Yes.
It's
Okay,
only the
yes,
mobile
that would be
vending.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
So for sidewalk vending, are we good on that one?
Yes.
And I'll second the sidewalk vending.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Margaret?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Bryan, excuse me, amending the definition of peddler in section 5.48020 and adding chapters 5.64 to the municipal code and imposing regulations on sidewalk vending in compliance with Senate Bill 946, amending section 7.02.210 regarding vendors in parks and determining the ordinance to be exempt from CEQA.
Okay, yes.
Oh, no, go ahead, vote, sorry.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
It is unanimous.
When it comes to mobile vending, I have a question. Can we ask them to post all of these certificates? If they're posted, like, right, their business license, kind of like when you go to the hairstylist, because I think that's one of the things, like, a lot of people come in, make food, and they don't have it, but unless you're out there then no one knows. But if we see them and we're like, wait, where's your certificates? So can that be added to, just to post?
You're talking about displaying it like on the actual item of the card or on the
Yeah,
truck?
somewhere on the vehicle, like,
We have an existing requirement for that, so they
Okay.
have to, they currently have to post a copy of their business tax certificate, but if they're vending food, they already have to post the county health approval, so that's a sticker. So if you're out next time and you see one of these food trucks, look on the back of the vehicle and there will be a sticker that says Contra Costa County and it will have the year.
Okay.
If they vend in multiple counties, then they'll have multiple stickers.
Okay.
With this, we would be adding the addition of providing or displaying the mobile vending permit issued through the city.
okay.
So my second motion is, as detailed in the staff report, I move to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance repealing and replacing the municipal code chapter related to mobile vending, with the exception to directing staff time and attention to return with a detailed staff report on regulations for long-term mobile vending facilities as part of the focus zoning ordinance, and also direct staff to bring back at a later date an agenda item regarding adding 5.68.050M, which will be withdrawn from this today, on 4-day regulations, more information on what grant programs would look like and how they would be regulated, and a discussion about the fees associated with the permit process for council to further discuss and make a determination about.
We have a first, question?
Sorry. So for right now, she can stay and continue to do what she's doing with what we're voting? Or I don't know what to do.
So there was a comment from our staff that right now, it may not, there's not a thing in place that is,
Okay.
so, yes.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Margaret?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing and replacing Chapter 5.68 of the Brentwood Municipal Code regarding mobile vending and declaring the ordinance exempt from CEQA.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
It's unanimous. I do want to thank staff for all of your diligent work. I also want to thank our local businesses for your love for our community. We thank you very, very much. It wouldn't be our community without you, so thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I,
yes.
because I sometimes I think people leave here and don't know what we just did. So I'm wondering if we can, yep, can we, I don't know if this is appropriate or if there's a resource where people can have some moment, some staff member in the hallway that can explain it, or if we can just explain what just happened right now. I think that would be really helpful, and I think that's where Council Member Mendoza was trying to go with it. But can we just explain what just happened?
And then also, if things aren't working out, like people can always call us and tell us what's working out, what's not the intent, and we'll go from there too.
You want me to explain?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the council just took action on 2 different new sets of regulations for the city. So the first set of regulations deals with sidewalk vending. The new regulations will take effect April 12th, sorry. There'll be another council action and they'll take effect April 12th. The new sidewalk vending regulations require sidewalk vendors to get a license from the city of Brentwood. In addition, get a business tax certificate from the city of Brentwood and provide evidence of liability insurance. If they sell food, they would have to provide evidence of approval by Contra Costa Environmental Health. And there's a number of other stipulations in there in terms of distance requirements from other sidewalk vendors or special events in the city. So either Robbie or I are happy to go over those specifics. We'll be back in the office tomorrow, and we're available anytime to go over there's just a number of provisions I can't really summarize here tonight. The staff report is also a good resource to see those summarized. The second set of regulations that the council adopted are regards to mobile vending, both mobile vending food and mobile vending retail facilities. That ordinance will take effect June 1st of this year, and that also will require a mobile vending license to be issued from the city of Brentwood. In addition to a business license, we'll have similar requirements for liability insurance and Contra Costa Environmental Health approval if you're selling food. There are also time limits in terms of hours of operation. The council struck the 4-day every 30 days limitation, so that's no longer in place when the ordinance takes effect June 1st. Staff will be doing lots of outreach to the mobile vendors that we are aware of. We'll be posting things on social media, on our website, English and Spanish. There may be mobile vendors we are not aware of. Please feel free to reach out to us with specific questions. Again, the staff report is a good resource for all those specifics. I don't really want to go through them all right now because there's so many. But there are hours of operation limitations as well, locational limitations in terms of whether you're in residential or a commercial. You're allowed to operate on private property, but you have to have permission of the property owner, a number of provisions in there.
And then the extra added is for businesses who may have the necessity of a long-term, then we will be returning back to talk about it in the context of a zoning ordinance.
And can we just add one further item? This is the first step in a two-step process. So these same two ordinances will appear on the council's next agenda as well, so they can take the second formal step of approving the ordinance for a second time. And that's standard process. It doesn't mean it's all being reconsidered, but they have to do it twice. So that will just be on consent for the next city council meeting.
Thank you for.
Yes, thank you. At this time, we will move into item H, request for new future agenda items. Do we have a new future agenda item request?
Yeah, when it comes to the density, the allocation of affordable housing, I want to relook at that percentage and how much we put into very low, low, and moderate. If we look at the guidelines, moderate is still very expensive, and if our goal is to help lower income, I would hope that we can change the 6% and move some of that percentage. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I've noticed almost every single development. So that was my first item. And then my second item is almost every single development has been exercising density bonus. Our density bonus is right now 13%. Benchmarking other cities, they're doing 20-25% because they're doing it anyway. So I would like to speak with council about increasing and staff what it would take to just increase to 20%. If they're exercising it anyway, then let's just increase it and make it a requirement.
Okay, just so for staff clarification, so you're exactly right. We're seeing a lot of density bonus applications, but I think you're maybe asking for us to relook at our local affordable housing obligations because those are at 13%.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, just so we know what
those are at 13%, but people are using them, then we can and when you exercise density bonus, you can come in at just the moderate. This way we can have some more control as to how they're coming in, because of our own city ordinance.
So staff will bring back for your consideration a look at the local affordable housing ordinance percentages and so kind of separate from.
Yeah, two different things.
Yep, thank you.
And then the last one is, I was going over the objective design standards and I might have missed it, but I was looking at one of the developments and I didn't understand why it didn't have a green strip. Like our general plan says that we want green space and trees and the canopy. But then one of the developments has a sidewalk and no green strip. And when I looked at the old design guidelines, it says highly encouraged is the green strip in front of the sidewalk. So I wanted to talk about putting that in our design guidelines as well. There's very specific, it says encouraged, then with very specific details of how it's encouraged. And if we could include, I would like to include that in our objective guides. Design guidelines. I like my green space, sorry.
Okay, are there any additional new future agenda item requests? Seeing none, we will move into item J1. Consider a request from Council Member Mendoza for changes to the calendar on the city's website. Council Member Mendoza.
So this one came up because I get a lot of calls about people don't know when meetings are happening. So on the homepage, and I don't know if someone can bring up the homepage, I just want to show you guys just two things I want flipped. So where it says agendas and below it says events, events is all inclusive. It includes everything. So I think I got 5 calls on where do I go for the state of the city? And because they open the homepage and there's no event calendar right on top. Scroll back up because people don't scroll when they go to websites. So they just see that agendas. And I understand we need agendas on the page somewhere. Can we just flip it so that the full encompassing calendar is on top? And then when you have that calendar and there's a meeting, then you click that and that can link to, I think you said you need a separate standalone calendar. Because a lot of people are saying they can't find stuff. So if we could just flip those, that's my agenda item. I don't know if it needs to be an agenda item or how anyone else feels about it, but that's that one.
Yeah, I've asked Amanda to be prepared to just point this out and show where the calendars are and how to maybe make it work. And then she can clarify, she's our website expert.
Okay.
She is now. On what the
Or
limitations
HTML
of our current application is and what can and can't be done with the module that we have. But she can clarify some of that.
Before we do that, I'm going to open public comments on this item, or are we doing this
We
instead
agendized it
of-
to have that presentation as part of this request because we knew we had some information that might help you in your discussion. So if we
Great.
could do that first and then open
Let's
it up,
do
that
it
would be
first
great.
then.
Thanks.
Thank you. So we do have on the homepage, we do have the obligation legally to have the agendas, or the tab here to be at the top and the most accessible, to notice our public hearing or public meetings. And so that's why the agendas tab is here in the top bar. But our link to all public events and meetings is just right below that. And this does bring up for all agendized meetings as well as city events that are noticed. And you can change it into either a calendar view.
But this is once they get through the click view. Let's go back to my concern
Sure.
isn't like, I know how to click here. The problem is people don't scroll down. And on your screen, you can see events. On mine, you can't. And most people have this kind of screen. So they just scroll down a bit and then that's it, right? And then they're like, okay, agendas. They would think that a city.
Absolutely. No, I definitely understand that. We do also, and when we run a click guide or a heat map, it does show that people are also, the very first page, this is the very first page when you open. Let me just refresh. And so this link also goes directly to the calendar. It's the same, it goes to the same direction. It's just at least the first thing that you would see that displays both the meetings and the upcoming events.
Okay.
And
So can we bring it back so that council can have discussion if we want those flipped? Because I think legally we have to have it there, right? So I'm not saying we take it off of the homepage, but if you have a calendar and the calendar, if you click on it, has everything, right? So it has everything, and then you have another one with the agendas. And if you click on the everything, and that's first, and I click on an agenda, and it just takes me to the page for that item. What? I can't talk about it?
No. It's fine to talk about it. The 2016 state law that imposed this requirement that we have a direct link from the homepage says that you have to be able to get to our agendas with one click on the homepage. So we couldn't have it be one click on
I'm
events.
not arguing that. I'm
Okay.
saying you just put the agendas in, like where it says events, you can put agendas there. And then put events, like just flip those two things. It's still one click, right? I mean, if you guys don't, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, I know people can't find things and I hear that all the time.
I just don't know if the application we're using allows that flip. I think it was designed for this. It might involve a whole lot more work than what it seems like it should. But Amanda, do you know if that flipping can happen easily?
right, no, it would be, since this is connected, this whole piece here is connected to our city events and meetings as a whole. Switching this link isn't, it would erase this whole category on the website altogether. So it would just be a link for meetings, because this link where it goes to our meetings page when it loads, this information wouldn't, this is a plug-in page, so this information wouldn't also populate on that home page, if that makes sense.
It does. I'm just, see this, in HTML, all you would do is take this, move it up above, and then take this and move it and create this, a hot link right here.
And I did actually explore just briefly, trying to add a link in next to that events tab, and it would require a request to the developer to add that HTML access, and it would generate a whole kind of development of the website.
Okay, so let's bring it back and let's talk about, if we could talk about it next time some more. Because this is just a future agenda item. Is it, or is this what we're, oh, I guess I need your votes. Sorry, I thought this was future, sorry. I mean, I don't know. I think we don't have to do it, but it would be way more customer friendly if we did. If anyone doesn't know, I was part of the team that built the oldnavy.com site. So we did a lot of studies on how people scroll and click, and they don't scroll down. So I think people are missing stuff, including your, town halls with Tim, because people aren't scrolling down. So
One of the things we could look at is those buttons. Those 7 buttons are designed basically on the most clicked items anywhere on our webpage, and that's how those got populated. But we can certainly look if there's one that's not as utilized as much and maybe make that a calendar button.
Okay.
And then you wouldn't have to scroll as far. We have a heat map that shows they're actually scrolling down and clicking, and it shows where everybody's clicking. I can share that in my email tomorrow, but maybe that's a button we can move it to.
yeah, if one of them
Utility billing's the most popular one.
Yeah.
Maybe
of all of
garbage.
them.
Can I ask a question, or is it not time for that yet? Like this is a little
isn't
different.
a typical feature agenda item because we
Yeah.
inserted some staff information to try to answer questions instead of waiting 2 more weeks or 4 more weeks. So we're trying to accommodate what you're asking for. So ask questions.
I totally agree about the garbage thing especially, but my question was going to be, if it can't be one of those 7, could there be another widget somewhere at the top that just says calendar?
That's
Another
static.
live link?
And that's
That's
that
static,
box.
yeah.
That's that box that first populates when you refresh the page.
Yeah,
So
but that's,
Amanda can
it's
show
gone
that
within,
Changes.
yeah.
Got to click quick.
Well, but you may not see it though if you're looking elsewhere
You're
on the
right. You're
screen.
right.
But like somewhere else on here that says just a static that says calendar. Whether it looks like the other 7 or it's something different that just has a link. Otherwise, I would say, like you said, that one of the
Yes.
7 widgets that isn't as popular, if you will.
I just want to make it as easy for residents as possible. And I did get a lot of calls. They didn't know. And I think we had less people this time at the State of the City. I mean, most of us were like employees and stuff. And I think people couldn't find it.
So Amanda, can you answer whether we can add another widget or if that box can stay still for longer?
I might be able to control the time between it navigating to the next image. Adding another widget to the circles there, that would go back to developer again. And that's another whole process, but switching it out, if there was one that we decided was less active, switching it out and placing the calendar as one of those widgets is something that can be done.
And what about at the top where it says government, business, visitors, residents? Yeah, I mean, is there something up there that can just be linked to calendar?
I'd have to double check to see if adding a link up there is something that would, again, default to developer, but that's something that I could, if it is something on our level, that's something that could potentially be done.
Yeah, or if we're looking at the heat map again, if they're not really clicking on the visitors one or the residents one, maybe we can replace it with calendar. Maybe that's another way to make that more prominently displayed. So we could look at a couple options and see what we can come up with.
Well, before we do that, I have to open public comment. Margaret?
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll do public comments from the chambers, then those participating via Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. And, oops, And I have no speaker cards and there's no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion or a motion.
I was gonna ask the question about just changing out one of them. When you see trash, it's just like you don't want to see garbage up there. So if we can just change it out to something else, I think that would be the consensus. I think people probably just go to look at utility billing, and trash is just not the fan favorite, and it's the second tab on there. So if we can just switch one out, I think that would just be the easiest thing if we have the ability to do that.
Yeah, if you want to just direct us to spend some time resources, we can see where we can plug and play a couple different options and see where it's made more prominent. Appreciate the interest in making it more transparent for the public, so we're going to try to accommodate that.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So I'll make a motion to spend staff time on seeing if we could switch out utilities or garbage and event and calendar, or maybe find space up on top if that's easy enough.
And
I
a
will
first
second.
and a second. Before we make the vote, Councilman Orleans, were you going to?
It has nothing to do with the motion, has nothing to do with the ask. I was just going to make sure Casey knew we didn't think the garbage was unimportant. We just wanted to make sure we could get to it.
appreciate
anyway.
your
Spending a lot of money on garbage.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
It is unanimous. Moving into item J2, consider a request from Council Member Mendoza for City Council access to the human resource files of the City Council's direct reports. Council Member Mendoza.
So I think I was told that it is part of the policy that we can review the files. I have because I've been here 3 years and I've asked for them, I was told I couldn't have them, whatever, it's done. But can we make this part of when we are doing reviews, can it just be asked, does anyone on council would like to see the files? It's not that hard. It's not no staff time and money, but just because I'm not going to be here forever. We're all not going to be here forever. You're going to get new council people. So just making that standard practice so someone isn't intimidated to ask and they just know that they can ask because they might have never had to deal with an HR situation before.
Katie?
You're all looking at me. So I would just say that there are certain portions of the HR files of the city manager and city attorney, your two direct reports, that are available to you to review. Those would be the performance evaluations and the salary history. As you know, there are many other items contained in personnel files that would not be available for review, and these are covered by things like HIPAA and other privacy laws. So just for clarification's sake, but if the council is interested in seeing these things, they can be reviewed at any time with an appointment with the HR director. Some materials may need to be redacted because of those privacy issues, but that is generally the case, yes.
So Councilperson Mendoza, is that sufficient or did you want to continue to?
Yeah, I just want to make it practice, right? Like, so that anyone new coming on knows that it's something they can do, right? Again, someone may have never had an HR role before, and it's just making sure that it's standard practice, that it's offered up if desired to read through it.
Would that potentially also include being part of an onboarding process for new council members? Not just if it comes up during review, but like as someone comes on, maybe share with them that you do, by the way, you have access.
Yes, I can make sure when new council members are onboarded that information is provided at that time.
Okay, then if that becomes part of the standard process, then yeah, I'll withdraw my request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, as I ask for a motion for adjournment tonight, I would like to adjourn in memory and honor of Rene de Luna, who has been voted the Citizen of the Year this year and recently passed away within the last couple of weeks. His family are a longtime and integral part of our community, and they are just, in my opinion, they are the example of how humans should be. They are just wonderful, wonderful family, and they are deeply loved and appreciated. So tonight, I would like to adjourn in honor of Rene de Luna. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.